Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a pleasant good Tuesday afternoon from Kindred. It is Region 1 baseball today here on yourliveevent.com, featuring the visiting Lisbon Broncos and the hometown Kindred Vikings here today for our first of two games on yourliveevent.com. I'm Chase Miller with you as it's a gorgeous day for high school baseball, all things considered, on April the 22nd. Some years we're still talking about snow and maybe getting your first or second game into the season, but we have great weather today here in Kindred. The Lisbon Broncos, with a mark of 6 wins and 4 losses on this season, 3-2 in Region 1 play, are going up against the Kindred Vikings with a mark of 5-2 on the year and 4-1 in Region 1 play here for the Vikings. This is one of 4 Region 1 games in action today. A doubleheader with Central Cass at Northern Cass and Hunter. Oak Grove making their way into Hendrickson Field in Enderlin, and Hankinson, Fairmount, Campbell, Tinto, Rosso, Lidgerwood makes the trek to Oaks for a Region 1 contest. The first game is a normal 7, with Lisbon being the visitors, Kindred being the hometown team. They were scheduled to play earlier this month in Lisbon. That game got snowed out, so in Game 2, Lisbon will be the home team and Kindred will be the visiting team in Game number 2. But in Game number 1, it's a standard 7, the same for Game 2, just flipped again for the visitors and the home team on the scoreboard. We'll take a quick break, and we come back after this, take a look at the team's schedules of how they've gotten to this point of the season. Also, from there, we'll keep you apprised of what's going on the out-of-town scoreboard. Some of those games that we mentioned earlier already started at 4 o'clock here this afternoon. That and more is still to come ahead of our starting lineups and the opening pitch today here in Kindred. It is high school baseball today for Region 1 on yourliveevent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Pre-game show continues here today on yourliveevent.com, again featuring the visiting Lisbon Broncos and the Kindred Vikings. Kindred head coach by Scott Milbrandt, coming off a win against the co-op of Hankinson, Fairmount, Rosso, Campbell, Tinta, Lidgerwood in their last contest last week on April the 17th. It was an 8-5 win. The Vikings have won 3 straight, including wins at Oaks and against Northern Cass as well here for the Vikings. Well, for the Lisbon Broncos, head coach by Brad Bittner, they're coming off a doubleheader sweep of the Enderlin Eagles back on April the 17th in Enderlin, 11-2 and 8-6 win respectively in those games here for the Broncos. They lost then back-to-back games a week ago today, hosting the Central Cass Squirrels 2-0 and 3-1. For the Broncos after this game, they will have a doubleheader against Oaks on Thursday from Sandager Field and the Lisbon Fire Department Park in Lisbon on Thursday. Then make their way to the Enderlin Baseball Classic on Friday with a game at 9 o'clock in the morning against Maple River, then going up against the Enderlin Eagles at 10:45 on Friday morning. Both those games will be at Hendrickson Field in Enderlin, and we'll have the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree for you on Friday and Saturday here on yourliveevent.com. Well, for the Kindred Vikings, taking a look at their upcoming schedule. After today, they will make their way to Fargo for a date with the Grovers of Oak Grove on Thursday. Then they also will partake in the the Enderlin Baseball Classic on Friday, going up against Region 2 opponent in Hillsborough Central Valley, scheduled for 2:15 on Friday afternoon. They will play the Burros. Then on Saturday, they'll open up the day for the first of 5 games on Saturday against Hatton Northwood at 10:30. Again, we'll have the Enderlin Baseball Classic for you on Friday and Saturday on yourliveevent.com. Friday, 7 games scheduled, and Saturday, 5 games scheduled down at Hendrickson Field in Enderlin. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll let you know some of the dates to watch out for the upcoming Region 1 baseball tournament. That and more still to come here on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
You don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
As the Broncos are continuing to work on their infield outfield here, here's a look at some of your upcoming dates to circle on the calendar for postseason baseball and softball upcoming here in Region 1. The Region 1 baseball tournament with the 8 teams officially gets underway on May the 14th. And that'll be a Wednesday for the opening round of the Region 1 baseball tournament. Then everything makes its way to Fargo at Starion Field on Thursday, May the 15th for the second round. And then also loser out games opening up play early on the morning at 11 o'clock. That'll be again on the 15th. The 16th of May will be the Southeast Track and Field, and the Northeast Track and Field meets on Friday the 16th, and back into baseball softball action with Region 1 baseball scheduled to be in Fargo on May the 17th at Starion Field. The Region 1 softball tournament will be in Castleton for the opening round on May the 17th. So that's a look again at a busy Region 1 baseball week. Softball just gets underway on the 17th. All roads eventually lead to Newman Outdoor Field for baseball, and then the Thoroldson Park for the softball diamond as well. May 29th through May the 31st will be the State B baseball tournaments on the north side of Fargo. So that, again, will be just over a month and a week from now, almost a month and a week from now, almost to the date here for the upcoming postseason. The couple of wins and losses this year in the region for both clubs. Losses coming at the hands for the Broncos of Northern Cass 2-1, and then against Central Cass 2-0. They have beaten Hankinson, Fairmount, Rossall, Campbell, Tinta, Lidgerwood, alongside with Oak Grove and the Enderlin Eagles for their 3 wins. Well, for the Vikings, 4 wins and 1 loss again in the region, defeating Central Cass, Enderlin, Oaks, and Hankinson, Fairmount, Rossall, Campbell, Tinta, Lidgerwood. Their 1 loss is to Northern Cass. They did beat Northern Cass on the non-counter, but did lose to Northern Cass and the Jags back on April the 11th. Again, the Vikings have won 3 straight, while for the Broncos, they have won 2 straight. We'll continue on the pregame show after this from Kindred. Currently 64 degrees, overcast skies. Wind coming in a little bit from center field. We'll continue after this here in Kindred.
School Dish collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
'cause you don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
For more games upcoming here on yourliveevent.com, simply go to our website or check out our YouTube channel. Update for you from Hillsboro between the boroughs of Hillsboro Central Valley and Thompson Tommies. It's Thompson 1, HCV scoreless. Bottom of the fourth inning, that game in Hillsboro for a Region 2 baseball contest. Kevin Kochman on the call on that one here on yourliveevent.com. Simply go to our website to check out our complete schedule, and also from there what we have upcoming once we get to the month of May. For track and field fans, we will have the Shanley Track and Field Invite on Thursday. There will be Kindred participants in that. That'll begin at 10:30 in the morning for the Shanley Track and Field Invite. We'll have that on yourliveevent.com on Thursday. Also on Thursday, Enderlin going up against Hillsboro Central Valley for softball, and then the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree throughout the weekend on Friday and Saturday. Update from the softball diamond in the fourth inning. It's the Kindred Richland Vikings for softball leading the boroughs of Hillsboro Central Valley 3-0 in the fourth inning right now. We'll keep you apprised of when that one goes final for a complete result as well. But that's a look at some of your out-of-town scoreboard and games to come ahead for both of the Region 1 teams as well. The Lisbon Broncos in their black uniforms here today, black tops, the white pants. After today, they will have 4 more games scheduled between Thursday and Friday, hosting a doubleheader with Oaks on Thursday, then part of the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree on Friday. While for the Vikings, they also will have a good chunk of contests, a game a day on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Thursday making their way to Fargo for a date with the Grovers, and Friday, Saturday going up against the Burros and the Thunder for the Enderlin Baseball Classic. We'll have all the games for you from the Classic here on yourliveevent.com. That's the one thing about spring sports. You get to this time of the year, it's not too many more days before you get to postseason baseball, postseason softball, what track and field has in store as well. You get going around April the 1st every year, and a month and a half later, already talking postseason sports here in the state of North Dakota. Our umpiring crew here for today, calling balls and strikes in game number 1 will be Cale Hamry. Going in the infield for the game number 1 will be Gareth Hansen here for this one. Then they will switch for game 2, and then in game number 2, the Lisbon Broncos again will be the home team. Kindred will be the visiting team for the Region 1 counter. As they're exchanging lineups here, we'll get to the starting 9 here in a moment for both of these two teams. Interesting part of the region standings as we take a look at where teams are respectively here entering play today. Northern Cass, the one team that's unblemished, entering play today at 4-0 in the region. Then you have Central Cass and Kindred right behind them, nipping at their heels at 4-1, and the Lisbon Broncos currently 4th at 3-2. Oak Grove sits in the 5th spot at 2-3, with Enderlin from there and 6th at 1-3. The Ball Stars are 7th, and Oaks Tornadoes currently in 8th right now for the Region 1 baseball tournament. So Northern Cass right now in control of their own destiny as it currently stands entering play today. This a sneaky series with Kindred and Lisbon, and the fact of if you can win both, you own the head-to-head, but also can you move up the standings for Kindred, for example. If you win both and Central Cass and Northern Cass split, you would go up to 2nd and possibly then be in a tiebreaker for Northern Cass for the Region 1 number 1 seed. Well, if they're the Lisbon Broncos, same thing. If you could sweep both games here today, you'll be a full game ahead of the Vikings moving forward in the region, and see what happens with Central Cass and Northern Cass, and can you climb a little bit farther into the standings if you win both and Central Cass were to lose both, for example, to Northern Cass. The Broncos could be sitting 2nd then coming in the region play for their next games on Thursday. But right now, a nice day for high school baseball here as we see it in Kindred. We'll keep you apprised of the softball game. Currently now in the top of the 5th inning, it's the Kindred Richland Vikings 3 and the Hillsboro Central Valley Burros scoreless here today on yourliveevent.com. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll get to our starting lineups and the opening pitch. It's the Vikings and the Broncos. This is Region 1 Baseball on yourliveevent.com.
It's time Growers Bank in Lisbon, let them turn your dreams into reality and help watch them grow. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith will give you a tailored solution to fit your unique requests. From farming, buying a new home, or investing in your future, he has you covered. Stock Growers Bank celebrating 125 years of banking in your local communities. For more information, call Wyatt at 701-683-5000. Stock Growers Bank, where your success is their top priority. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
This is Jamie from Park Company Realtors, and I'd like to take a moment to show you around a new development in Kindred, Norman Acres. With a country-like feel, Norman Acres gives you the opportunity to have your own fully outfitted shop or outbuilding just steps away. Residential lot sizes vary between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre in size, and all lots for residences and shops have no special assessments. Give yourself the space to grow. Pick your spot and plant your roots in Norman Acres of Kindred.
In today's fast-paced world, your business needs more than just numbers. It needs an alphabet roadmap with Olson Accounting. A is for accounts payable, where every dollar counts. B stands for balance sheets, keeping your finances on track. And C represents cash flow, the lifeblood of your business. At Olson Accounting, they're more than just number crunchers. Discover the difference with their trusted expertise, personalized service by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
What's going on today?
I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassiz Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems or working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they'll come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Call 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Region 1 baseball today here on yourliveevent.com as we get you ready for the starting lineups and the opening pitch For the Lisbon Broncos, they'll go like this for their starting 9. Batting leadoff is the junior shortstop, and Cameron Cordero. Cordero will bat leadoff and play short. Cruz Ranke, the freshman designated hitter, batting second, with Jordan Bittner, the junior pitcher, here today batting third. Jaden Howard, the senior left fielder, batting cleanup, with Colton Johnson, the senior first baseman, batting fifth. Elliot Welter, the senior center fielder, in the number 6 spot, with Jackson Hoffer, the senior right fielder, batting seventh. Eli Lyons, the junior catcher, behind the plate, batting eighth. And Jacob Lyons, the senior second baseman, batting ninth, with Rylan Moss in the infield at third base. Again, Cordero, Ranke, Bittner, Howard, Johnson, Welter, Hoffer, Lyons, and Lyons here for the Lisbon Broncos, part of their starting 9. Swenson in left field with Baumgartner in center. You got Getty in right, Max Bernier at first base, Grunwald at second, Johnson at shortstop, Sawyer Hess at third with Graham Hess behind the plate, and Jack McDonald is on the mound here today for the Kindred Vikings. April 22nd, currently just in the low 60s, overcast sky here today in Kindred. The Vikings in their blue tops with the white pants, for the Lisbon Broncos, white pants and the black tops here today. Something a little bit different for fans watching from a season ago at this time. There was the turf mound, but now you have turf up the first and third base sides. And then from there, the turfed home plates, and then the batter's box all the way up through the dugouts respectively as well. Cal Hamry again calling balls and strikes, and Gareth Hansen here is going to be in the infield for the two-man umpiring crew here for our first of 2 games today for Region 1 baseball. And these 2 particular games can elevate you to the 3rd to maybe the 2nd spot, or put you down to the 4th spot, where Lisbon entering play day is 4th in Region 1, and the Vikings are currently 3rd here in Region 1 play. Ahead of them of Central Cass and Northern Cass, who are playing against each other in Hunter in this contest. As we take the first pitch here by McDonald at 5:06, and we are underway. That one missing for a ball for the Lisbon Broncos here. McDonald will hit one at the knee for a strike at 1-1. Cordero, awfully quick when it comes to the game of basketball. Really good backcourt player, just as quick here on the baseball diamond this season. If he gets on base, he'll be looking to steal an extra 90 feet. First pitch swinging. This one's going to be hit the air down the right, and that's going to get in front of the right fielder, and Getty will relay it back in quickly, and it's 3 pitches and a leadoff single here for the Lisbon Broncos as they try to get something brewing here in the top half of the first inning. Cordero did a good job going the opposite way first into the game. It was Cruz Ranke, the freshman designated hitter, will step into the plate now here for Lisbon. As Bernier holding on Cordero at first base. Working from the stretches, McDonald first pitch, looking to bunt. This one will go foul. It's 0-1. First varsity campaign for the Lisbon Broncos since 1962, when they had a high school varsity baseball team. They finished runner-up that season, losing by 1 in the championship. They've been knocking on the door in recent years of getting a high school baseball team. They won the State B Legion title last season in Lemoore, and they will host it next year in Lisbon. This one swung on and foul tipped into the glove. It's now 0-2. So for this Bronco team, they've had baseball for Babe Ruth, for Legion. It's just been 60-plus years to have a varsity or junior varsity team when it came to high school. And now they have one here. The 0-2 breaking ball, strike 3 looking, and there's one down. First strikeout here on the way from McDonald as Ranke is retired on 3 pitches. And Jordan Bittner, the junior pitcher, who a week ago today had an immaculate inning against the Central Cass Squirrels. One down here in the top of the first. This one misses in. It'll be 1-0 going back to Jordan. Picked up the loss in a 2-0 defeat as Central Cass picked up the win. He went 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs. Both were earned as the runner gets back safely. Had 6 walks and 12 strikeouts for Jordan Bittner in 6 innings of work against Central Cass a week ago today down in Lisbon. This one will miss for a ball. It's now 2-0. And the cleanup batter and Jaden Howard is due up next as Cordero takes his lead off of first here. McDonald will see this one hit up the first base side, but that'll go foul as it's now 2-1. Update from the softball diamond. The Kindred Vikings have played at a couple more runs in the bottom of the fifth as they have taken a now 7-0 lead over Hillsborough Central Valley in softball. 2-1 pitch running in at the hands. It's now 3-1. So 3 balls, 1 strike. We'll see if Cordero possibly takes his lead off of first. We'll see if they put him in motion or wait one more. 3-1 taking. As Bittner was looking to see if it maybe was a strike called. Instead, it will be a walk. Runners at first and second. And there's one down here for Jaden Howard. Broncos coming off a sweep of the Enderlin Eagles, 11-2 and 8-6 in their last 2 games. So runner at first base is Bittner. Runner at second is Cordero. Howard will take a strike. It's now 0-1. 12 pitches so far here for McDonald. He's given up a hit, a walk, and a strikeout to the top third of the lineup. The 0-1, good off-speed pitch in there for a strike. It's now 0-2. As quickly McDonald gets ahead in the count. Shortstop and Johnson keeping the runner. Cordero close to second base. McDonald working from the stretch. And the 0-2. This one is going to be swung in the air. That's into a little bit of the gap in left field as Swenson camps underneath it. Quickly gets it back in, and it's out number 2. And now Colton Johnson with 2 down here will be stepping up for the Lisbon Broncos. Big out number 2 there for Jack McDonald, getting ahead of the batter. Got ahead of Ranke, retired him on 3 pitches via the strikeout. Got ahead on Howard, retired him in 3 pitches via the flyout. This one will miss for a ball on Johnson. It's now 1-0. Cordero took the 3rd pitch to right, and then Jordan Bittner earned a 5-pitch walk as Johnson sees a 1-0 offering upcoming. This one will be swung on and out of play with a foul ball. It's now 1-1. 11th game of the season here for the Lisbon Broncos. Well, for the Kindred Vikings, this is game number 8 of their year. Both teams have played 5 Region 1 counters. 1-1 pitch. This is going to be hit right back up to left center field. Swenson will come in. Cordero rounds third. Here's the throw. It'll hit the cutoff man, but it will be an RBI 2-out single on the way here for Johnson, and the Lisbon Broncos have taken the first lead of the day here at 1-0 on the Bank North scoreboard. So run driven in. Cordero comes in to score from second. Bittner makes his way to second base as Elliot Welter, batter number 6 of the evening, here for the Broncos. McDonald gets ahead for a strike. It's now 0-1. So a couple of singles and a walk has done some damage here in the top of the first for the Lisbon Broncos. 0-1 in there for strike number 2. Now 0-2. Runner at first base is Johnson. At second is Bittner. The 0-2 offering upcoming here for McDonald. This is going to be hit up the third base line, but foul. So no balls, 2 strikes, and we'll do it yet again here to the senior center fielder. As McDonald looks back the runner at second. 0-2 in the dirt. This one will one-up the catcher. Graham Hess just going to eat it, and everybody will move up 90 feet. So we'll see if the Broncos can take advantage. Well, it's now going to be a 1-2 offering here to Welter after the YO pitch. The 1-2. This will miss up at the letters. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jackson Hoffer due up next if Welter can climb aboard here for the Broncos. McDonald trying to minimize the damage to 1 here in the top half of the first. 2-2. Swung on, and we'll keep it here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And just a couple more weeks before we get to the Region 1 baseball tournament beginning on May the 14th. We'll have it for you on yourliveevent.com for all the games that are scheduled to be in Fargo once they get there. The 2-2 Strike 3 looking to retire the side. There was 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. We played a half inning on the Bank North scoreboard. We have a new score. It's the Lisbon Broncos 1. The Kindred Vikings coming to the plate next on your liveevent.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
As we get to the starting 9 here for the Vikings in their batting order for the first time, they will see Jordan Bittner on the mound here for the Broncos. Vikings will go like this. Kylan Swenson batting leadoff. The senior left fielder, Graham Hess, the sophomore catcher, batting second. Sawyer Hess, the junior third baseman, batting third, with Carson Getty, the junior right fielder, batting cleanup. Brady Baumgartner, the sophomore center fielder, will be batting fifth, with Max Bernier batting sixth. The junior first baseman, Carter Grunwald, the sophomore, make him the freshman second baseman, batting seventh. Kelby Erdman, the senior designated hitter, batting eighth, and Brock Johnson, the sophomore shortstop, batting ninth, with McDonald again on the mound here today for head coach Scott Milbrandt. So again, Swenson with a pair of Hess, of Graham and Sawyer, Getty with Baumgartner, with Bernier, Grunwald, Erdman, and Johnson here for the Kindred Vikings. 1 run for those of you that are just joining us, an RBI single by Colton Johnson to plank the leadoff batter in Cam Cordero from second base. That's how the Broncos scored. Now we'll see what Jordan Bittner can do with Eli Lyons behind the plate. Here's the pitch from Bittner. This is swung on and it will be fouled off on the fastball. It's now 0-1. Moss at third base, Cordero at short. Jacob Lyons at second with Johnson at first. We'll get to the outfield after this pitch. Here's the 0-1 offering from Bittner. This will be hit on the ground towards the shortstop. Cordero sees this one. It takes a high hop, and then Cordero just has to eat it. And it'll be a run here for Kylan Swenson. So runner on first base via the air after that hop just kind of ate up the shortstop here, Cordero. So a runner is aboard here for the Kindred Vikings. Howard in left field, Welter in center, and Hoffer again in right. The pitch, and this one will get by the first baseman, Johnson, which will allow Swenson to scamper to second base. He'll take the turn there, and all of a sudden, just like that, the Vikings have the tying run in scoring position. So it'll make its way towards second base. And we'll see a second error here on the way for the Lisbon Broncos. As Jordan Bittner works ahead. This one will miss to Graham Hess, the sophomore catcher. As it's a 1-0 count on the way to the second batter here for the Kindred Vikings. Swenson stands again at second. The pitch, that'll get all the way to the backstop, and Kylan Swenson via the small ball has made his way to third base. So after the error on the shortstop, an error by the first baseman, and a wild pitch by the pitcher, Swenson now stands at third with a 2-0 count. Here to the sophomore catcher. 2-0 is fouled back into the netting, and it'll make it now 2-1. Vikings trying to improve to 5-1 with the win in Game 1 of the doubleheader in the region, while the Broncos are looking to get to 4-2 and match the Vikings with a win here in the region standings with a win in Game number 1. This one in there for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the way. And Sawyer has Stu up next, batting third. Right now, Kylan Swenson stands at third. Bittner with the pitch that'll run out of the zone, and we'll see our first full count here for the junior pitcher. 3-2 offering on the way here to Graham. Swung on a miss. There's out number one here in the bottom of the first. Bittner gets his first strikeout of the evening. Now Sawyer has the junior third baseman coming up to the plate here for the Vikings. Trying to put something in play and get Kylan to come home from third. Here's the pitch. This one will be in there for a strike. It's now 0-1. Update from softball. The Vikings lead at 7-3 over the Burros right now in the top of the sixth inning. Here's the 0-1 offering. This one will be in the dirt, blocked nicely in front of him by Eli Lyons. It's now 1-1. Saw Eli Lyons last week make a lot of plays similar to that with Bittner on the mound. Able to do a good job of keeping the ball in front of him against Central Cass. Here's the 1-1 offering. This will be hit on the ground. This will work. The shortstop Cordero fields gloves, and it's a one-hopper that gets by the first baseman Johnson, rounding first on his way to second. It's going to be Hess, and Hess is in there. And we have a tie ball game as the Vikings have tied it up at 1 apiece. So Swenson comes in from first base. Hess will make his way from first end to second. And we have the third error of the inning so far here for the Broncos infield. And then we get a tie ball game. As Sawyer Hess able to put that one in play and tie this one up at 1 apiece on the Bank North scoreboard. This one will be hit right back to the pitcher. Bittner looks back the runner. And then Johnson will bluff a throw to second base. One pitch, and Getty's retired. 1-3 on the putout. And there's 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. As Brady comes up to the plate. Bumgarner here. Garton, the sophomore center fielder. Batter number 5 in the lineup here for the Vikings, looking for a 2-out base hit and give Kindred their first lead of the day. This one will be in there for a strike by Bittner. It's now 0-1. Bottom half of the lineup, 7, 8, and 9 batters due up for the Broncos in the top of the second, with Jackson Hofford due up to lead things off. Stepping off the mound there will be Jordan, as he takes a look back in with the no ball, 1 strike offering here in the first. Swung on and missed. It's now 0-2. As the Vikings trying to get a ball out of play and get out of the infield here and see if they can bring Sawyer in from second base as he takes his lead. Cordero holding him on. Here's the throw, and diving back in safely on the play is Sawyer. One runner across for both teams so far here in the first. It's Jordan Bittner with 1 strikeout on the afternoon so far, looking for a second. The 0-2, and he picks up his second. That'll retire the side. There was 1 run on the play on no hits, 3 errors, and 1 runner left on base after 1 inning here today on the Bank North scoreboard. It's a 1-1 ball game as we head to the second on your liveevent.com.
Up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Top of the second inning we go. New score at 1 apiece here on yourliveevent.com. We'll keep you apprised of the town scoreboard once those scores come trickling on in as well for some other games across the way here today on yourliveevent.com. Softball, baseball, a busy day here across the state. As the bottom third of the lineup here for the Broncos, 7, 8, 9. This one runs in at the knee as Jackson Hoffer scampers away. Hoffer, Lyons, and Lyons. That's Eli and Jacob due up here in the top of the second inning. This one's going to be hit on the ground to the third baseman. This one going to bobble there, and Sawyer Hess can't glove it, and Hoffer gets aboard. First error of the game here for the Lisbon Broncos, and there's a runner on. For the Vikings, and there's a runner on here for the Lisbon Broncos, top of the second. As you'll see, Eli Lyons, the junior catcher. You will see this one missing out of the zone. It's now 1-0. Sawyer Hess trying to take any bunt potential away up the third base line as Bernier holding the runner, Hoffer on at first. 1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike, 15 pitches on the way for Bittner to get through the first. Well, this is going to be pitch number 29 now for McDonald here for the Vikings. This one's going to be bunted. Nice bunt. McDonald taking it the entire way, goes to first. And there is one down on the sacrifice. As Hoffer will make his way to second base. 1-3 on the putout there for McDonald to Bernier, and there's a runner in scoring position here for the Broncos. So both teams early on got runners in scoring position in the first inning, brought at least one in, and doing the same here now in the top half of the second for Lisbon. McDonald fires, this one missing out of the zone to Jacob Lyons. It's number 9 batter, then goes back to top of the lineup here with Cordero on the on-deck circle for Lisbon. McDonald looks back the runner, the pitch in there for a strike. It's now 1-1. So seeing the Broncos here using some small ball in the top of the second inning, getting the runner into scoring position. We'll see if it pays off here. 1-1 pitch in there for a strike. It's now 1-2 on McDonald. One good pitch away from getting out number 2 of the inning here for the Vikings. So far, with 2 strikeouts on the early evening. This one will be hit on the ground. That'll go to the third baseman. He'll come in and throw across the diamond, and that will be in time to Bernier. I was able to move up an extra 90 feet. There was the runner in Hoffer. As you saw the third baseman, Sawyer Hess come in, glove it, go 5-3 on the putout. There's 2 down, but if Sawyer takes a look back, might have been able to either tag the runner or get Hoffer in a pickle. Regardless, gets 2 down, and the Vikings are 1 out from getting out of any harm here in the top half of the second. And working ahead here is McDonald on Cordero. Cam with a leadoff single to right that died in front of Getty. His first time up, came in and scored back in the top of the first. Here's the 0-1 offering from McDonald. Swung on and missed. A big rip. It's now 0-2. Runner at third base again is Hoffer. McDonald with the 0-2 will step off, and we'll do it again as we have a time. McDonald looking for the sign. Looks back the runner at third. 0-2 will be laced and fouled right over the press box here. We'll do it again at no balls in 2 strikes. Pitch number 37 here for McDonald upcoming. Off speed, and we'll do it again. So doing a nice job. Cordero behind the count. Battling a little bit here throughout the course of this one. No balls in 2 strikes. Taking his lead off at third is Hoffer. The 0-2. This is going to be hit to the third baseman. Hess gloves it, fires across to Bernier in time, and that'll retire the side 5-3 on the putout. There were no runs on no hits, one error and one runner left on base. We played an inning and a half today here in Kindred. We're tied at 1 with the Vikings coming to the plate in the bottom of the second.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Bottom of the second inning here on the Bank North scoreboard. Go to banknorth.bank. That again is banknorth.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. To find a branch and location near you, see what values-based banking can do for you at Bank North. 6, 7, and 8 batters, Max Bernier, Carter Grunwald, and you'll have Mr. Erdman due up after that with Kelby here coming up here for the Vikings. Vikings were able to score 1 run after 3 Bronco errors back in the bottom of the first inning after Kylan Swenson got on a error, and then he was able to take second base via a error from Bittner, and then on a wild pitch got to third. Working ahead in the count here is Jordan Bittner on Bernier. It's now 0-1. As Bittner looks into Eli Lyons behind the dish. 0-1 will be out of the zone. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Also today, again, going on other games. You had Central Cass, Northern Cass for a doubleheader in Hunter. Oak Grove at Enderlin tonight at Hendrickson Field. 1-1 pitch. This will be laced in front of the left fielder on the off speed. Doing a nice job there right in front of Howard, and it's a stinger for the junior first baseman. Max Bernier gets the first base knock of the day. And the Vikings have a leadoff runner on here in the top or the bottom of the second inning. As you'll see, Carter Grunwald due up now here for the Vikings. But also today you have the Ball Stars in Oaks as well in Region 1 baseball. Stepping off here will be Bittner after Grunwald was looking to bunt. And we'll see Moss come down the third base line. Runner being held by Johnson at first again. The pitch. Bunt will be over the backstop here. And on a play, it's now 0-1. Also going on tonight, some Minnesota professional sports when it comes to baseball, a little softball, getting ready for the Minnesota Wild as well here for some postseason action. The 0-1. Yeah, the zone now. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Twins square off with the White Sox tonight here in Target Field. From there, the NBA action. The Minnesota Timberwolves at 9 o'clock trying to get up 2-0 in the series against the Los Angeles Lakers. Big swing on the way there by Carter Grunwald. It's now 1-2, and then the Minnesota Wild on at 10 o'clock tonight against the Vegas Golden Knights. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out here, bottom of the second inning. As Jordan Bittner works from the stretch, the 1-2. Swung on and miss, and Bittner gets his 3rd strikeout. All of them via strike 3 swinging. As you have Kelby Erdman here, the senior designated hitter, comes into the plate for the Vikings. Batter number 8 in the lineup here for Kindred. Pick play and going back and getting back in safely. And we'll do it all over again here for the first batter, or the first pitch to Erdman. The 1-1 in there for a strike. It's now 0-1, excuse me. Softball, top of the 7th. Vikings with a 4-run lead over the Burros, 7-3 in Region 1 softball today. As Bittner with the 0-1 check swing went through the zone regardless, did earn minutes now 0-2. Brock Johnson due up next, and back to top of the lineup with Kylan Swenson in the hole here for the Vikings. Runner at first again is Bernier after a leadoff single to left. The 0-2. Strike 3 looking, and there's back-to-back punch-outs here for Bittner, and 2 down in the bottom of the 2nd. Jordan Bittner has retired the last 3 batters that have been recorded for it out via the strikeout here on the mound for the Broncos. Brock Johnson with 2 down now, batter number 9, sees Bittner for the first time today. And this one will work out of the zone. It's 1-0. Pitch number 27 upcoming here for Bittner. So far in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Looks back the runner at first. 1-0. Nicely done with the backhand there behind the plate by Eli to keep it at home plate. Now 2 balls and no strikes. As the runner in Bernier dives back quickly after a quick whip throw on the way from Jordan Bittner. Two balls, no strikes. Haven't seen Bittner too much today. Fall behind against a Viking batter. One Viking batter has taken the count to a 3-ball strike, as this one is going to be hit in the air to center. Making his way back is Welter, and then eventually will camp underneath it for a loud out number 3. There were no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We play 2 today here in Kindred, tied at 1 apiece as we hit to the top of the 3rd. Tied at 1 with the Broncos coming to the plate.
For you. Think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
This is Jamie from Park Company Realtors, and I'd like to take a moment to show you around a new development in Kindred, Norman Acres. With a country-like feel, Norman Acres gives you the opportunity to have your own fully outfitted shop or outbuilding just steps away. Residential lot sizes vary between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre in size, and all lots for residences and shops have no special assessments. Give yourself the space to grow, pick your spot, and plant your roots in Norman Acres of Kindred.
2 innings of work for McDonald so far on the mound, giving up a couple of hits. There has been 1 run that was earned, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. He has thrown 38 pitches so far, as he will see batter number 2, 3, and 4 here for the Broncos in the top of the 3rd. Ranke, Bittner, and Howard due up here for Lisbon. So far a half hour old, 2 innings in for this first of 2 games today for a pair of Region 1 counters between the Broncos and the Vikings. Vikings have won 3 straight games. Their 1 loss against Northern Cass in Region 1 play. They won the non-counter game back on April the 11th against the Jigs, but lost the Region 1 counter earlier in the day. Well, for the Broncos, won back-to-back after a sweep of the Enderlin Eagles. This one will miss out of the zone against Ranke, who struck out his last time up back in the 1st inning. 1 ball, no strikes on the way for McDonald. This one will be in the turf, now 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swung on and missed, now 2-1. As McDonald delivers. This one will miss out of the zone. It's now 3-1. Jordan Bittner take a 5-pitch walk back in the 1st. It's been the only free pass here for McDonald. And this one will be a 5-pitch walk that'll go all the way to the backstop. So Graham Hess quickly scampers underneath it here. And it will be a 5-pitch walk, this time to Cruz Ranke. So runner at first base, as the Broncos have had their leadoff runner on both in the 1st, 2nd, and now the 3rd. We'll see what they can do with Jordan Bittner, who, again, drew a walk his last time up. As Bernier holds the runner, Ranke at first. Here's the pitch by McDonald. This one will come in and hit him right at number 1, and it'll go all the way over the dugout on top of it. So McDonald with the free pass by pitch here for Bittner, and runners will be at first and second. With the cleanup batter in Jaden Howard, the senior left fielder, with a fly out to Swenson and left his last time up. Now for the Broncos right now, able to get runners on right off the bat here, top of the third, and looking to take a lead back here for Lisbon. Good pitch by McDonald. Now 0-1. McDonald gets ahead in the count. Looking for something on the ground here for his infield, if it does get put into play. The 0-1 foul tip back. Now it's 0-2. We've seen Jack today, when he does get ahead in front of batters, able to record outs, find a good location and a good spot. Runner at second is Ranky. Bittner at first. 0-2 pitch is popped up. We'll see if this one stays in play, and it will go out of the zone. Now 0-2 as Graham Hess lost it on the way up. Saw McDonald sprinting in from the pitcher's mound. We'll keep it at no balls and 2 strikes. Playing with even with the bag at first is Bernier. Sawyer Hess taking a couple steps behind the bag at third. Here's the 0-2. And another foul ball, and we'll do it all over again. Colton Johnson, the on-deck batter, with Elliott Welter in the hole for the Broncos. Once Lisbon got their varsity team, it doesn't matter where they're going to be in Region 1 or Region 3 with their location. This one will be out of the zone. Now 1-2. Region 1 this year having 8 baseball teams. So an even 8 makes the postseason bracket a little bit simpler. 1-2 pitch, swung on and miss. And he's going to be retired for the third strikeout. So 1 down here in the top of the third inning, strike 3 swinging. McDonald picks up his third strikeout, first since the first inning where he retired Welter to retire the side. Colton Johnson with the RBI single his last time up back in the first. Like to add to that here for Lisbon. 1 down, top of the third inning. McDonald sees this one, and a good job behind the plate by Graham Hess to block it, but block it up the third base line, so the runner in Ranky stays put at second. As McDonald works from the stretch. Here's the 1-0. This one will go off the glove as Hess will get to it quickly, as staying put at second base. Again, as Ranky, it's now 2-0. So 1 down here, top of the first inning after a walk to Ranky, a hit by pitch to Bittner. The 2-0 offering will be out of the zone, and now it's 3-0 to the number 5 batter in the lineup here, to Colton Johnson. 3-1 pitch in there for a strike. It's now 3-1. Pitch number 55 upcoming for McDonald, top of the third inning. 3-1. Will miss for a ball. That's the third free pass of the inning. Bases full of Broncos. Welter worked the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes. Strikeout looking to finish off the bottom of the top of the first inning. Walk by Ranky, a hit by pitch with Bittner. A strikeout with Howard, and Colton Johnson earned the walk. Bases full of Broncos here in the top of the third. As the corner infielders will play in, well, the shortstop and the second baseman will look to turn 2 if they can get one on the ground. This one will run in for a ball. It's now 1-0. Batter number 5 here in the inning for the Broncos. They sent 6 batters to the plate in the first, 4 in the second. This one's going to be hit right off the mound, backhanded by the second baseman, Grunwald, who gloves it to keep it in the field of play, but it will be an RBI single for Welter. Coming in to score from third base will be Ranky as everybody moves up 90 feet. So Grunwald does a nice job on the backhand. If that one gets through, probably would have saw Bittner rounding third. Instead, it's a 2-1 game, but the Broncos do strike for one. And a first pitch strike in there to Jackson Hoffer, who reached base via the air his last time up in the second. So Broncos looking for a crooked number, while McDonald looking to minimize the run situation here in the top half of the third. As this one runs in, it's now 1 and 1 strike. So far, Cordero and Ranke with 2 runs across. This one's going to be hit on the ground. That'll go to the second baseman, Gronwald. Gronwald sees this, goes to first, gets the out there. The run does come in to score in Bittner. It's now 3-1 with 2 down here in the top of the third. So Bittner comes in to score. Colton Johnson at third. Welter stands at second. 4-3 on the putout for Hoffer, who does drive in a run. This one will be hit on the ground. That's through a Sinai single to left. Swenson comes in and it gets by Kylan. Making his way now from first to second base will be Eli Lyons. It's 5-1 Lisbon. So Eli Lyons able to drive in 2 via the base knock. It's a single, then an error that allows him to get to second. Coming in to score will be Johnson and Welter from second. And just like that, the Lisbon Broncos have that crooked inning they were looking for. 4 runs across in the top of the third inning. 2 down with Jacob Lyons coming to the plate. This one swung on and missed. It's now 0-1. And goes back to Cordero, the leadoff batter here for the Broncos. If Lyons can find a way to get aboard here, with 4 runs across so far in the top of the third again for Lisbon. And we'll get a balk. Who's making his way to third will be Lyons. So the Broncos get a big base knock by Eli Lyons. Now it's 0-2. So you're able to get the walk, the hit batter, and then the walk. All those runners come in to score, and this one will be a strike 3 looking to retire the side. But 4 runs do come across as they're able to get a couple of hits. 2 hits. There was 1 error and 1 runner left on base. We play 2.5 with a new score on the Bank North scoreboard. It's the Broncos 5, the Vikings 1, as we head to the bottom of the third with the Vikings coming to the plate.
In today's fast-paced world, your business needs more than just numbers. It needs an alphabet roadmap with Olson Accounting. A is for accounts payable, where every dollar counts. B stands for balance sheets, keeping your finances on track. And C represents cash flow, the lifeblood of your business. At Olson Accounting, they're more than just number crunchers. Discover the difference with their trusted expertise, personalized service by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Bottom of the third inning we go. So far for Jordan Bittner on the mound. 2 innings of work. He has given up 1 hit, a run, 0 walks, and 4 strikeouts so far here today for the junior pitcher and Jordan Bittner. In 2 innings of work, 28 pitches across here for the junior. He will go up against the top of the lineup here. Swenson, Graham, Hess, and Sawyer has second time through for the Vikings, trying to cut into that 4-run deficit. It was a RBI by Welter, and then a run driven in by Hoffer, and then you got the 2 RBI single by Eli Lyons in the top of the third inning here for the Lisbon Broncos to get those 4 runs across. Bittner goes off speed. This one will be out of the zone to Kylan Swenson. Swenson with the run across here for the Vikings. Reach base on an error by the shortstop Cordero, then took second on a pickoff error by Bittner. This one is going to go right back to the pitcher. Bittner able to backhand it, goes to Johnson, 1-3 on the putout, and there's one down here in the top. Make that the bottom of the third inning. It's Graham Hess struck out swinging as he worked the count full back in the first. One down, bottom of the third. Bittner looks in, fires a strike. It's now 0-1. The Broncos win game one of this doubleheader. They will be tied with Kindred in terms of the Region 1 standings at 4-2. And then the winner of the nightcap would be a game ahead. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Off speed, got him out in front. Pop up. This one will go to the shortstop. Cordero calls everybody off. Plays a couple of feet in front of second. And there's 2 down. As you will see, Sawyer Hess due up now for the Vikings. Sawyer reached base via an error back in the first. And the pitch by Bittner. Off speed. A miss out of the zone. It's now 1-0. Cal Hamry calling balls and strikes behind the plate. Gareth Hansen in the field. They will switch for game number 2. Here's the 1-0. That'll be out of the zone now, 2-0. Vikings sent 5 batters to the plate in the first, 4 in the second. Bittner looking for the first 3 up, 3 down inning here for the Broncos. The 2-0 in there for a strike. It's now 2-1. Carson Getty, the on-deck batter here for the Vikings. A 2-1 pitch. That'll miss. Now 3-1. Three-one offering from Bittner. Able to throw the heater across. Now 3-2. Went up in the zone. Got a swing on a miss. We'll see where Jordan goes here against Sawyer. 3-2 pitch. That'll be a walk. Nice at bat by Sawyer to draw a 2-out walk. First free pass of the game for Bittner. And there's a runner on for the Vikings in the bottom of the third. Kindred's at least had 1 runner on in the first, second, and third. First base runner after Jordan Bittner was able to retire 5 straight after Max Bernier had a leadoff single back in the second. As Getty steps up, batting from the left-handed side of the plate. Stepping off will be Bittner as he looks back the runner. Pitch number 40 of the evening here for Jordan. Runner takes his lead off of first and Sawyer Hess. Here's the pitch. Runner's going to go to second. The throw sliding in safely. Here for the Vikings is Sawyer Hess. Able to get into scoring position with 2 down, and Carson Getty works with a hitter scout now at 1-0. So Sawyer Hess wasted very little time to get into scoring position after drawing that walk. First pitch on the way to Getty. Here's the 1-0 offering. And this one will run in. It's now 2-0. So for the Vikings, looking to get something into the outfield here, and going off on the contact will be Sawyer with 2 down here in the bottom of the third. 2-0 pitch in there for a strike. It's now 2-1. Jordan looks back the runner at second. 2-1 pitch. That'll miss. Now 3-1. Brady on the on-deck circle here for the Vikings. 3 balls, 1 strike. We'll see where Bittner tries to challenge him here. This one is fouled back into the netting. It's now 3-2. Back-to-back full counts here for Vikings batters. This will be the 3rd one against Bittner on the mound here tonight. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs to the cleanup batter here in the Vikings lineup. And Bittner trying to see if he can record the out. He goes to Moss at third. Moss then goes back to the shortstop. As Cordero will come in, they throw it back to the pitcher, able to apply the tag, and Bittner able to get that one on the putout. So that'll go 1-5-6-1. And being caught stealing is Sawyer Hess to retire this side. There were no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 3 on the Bank North scoreboard. It's a 5-1 Lisbon Bronco lead as we head to the top of the 4th inning next on your liveevent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Top of the 4th inning as the Broncos will be coming up for their 3rd time through the batting order with Cordero, Ranke, and Bittner here, top 3rd of the lineup. As we head to the top of the 4th, Jack McDonald so far 64 pitches through 3 innings of work. Cordero with a single and a run scored back in the first is 1 of 2 today. It will work with a batter's count now at 1-0. As McDonald looks back, fires a strike, has the 1-1 offering. First of 2 7-inning games here today. Both are Region 1 contests. Game number 2, it'll be Kindred as the visiting team. Lisbon will be the home team, part of that makeup schedule from back early on in the month. These 2 teams were slated to play in Lisbon, but that one got snowed out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As McDonald, with the 1-2, and Cordero is retired via the punch-out. 4th strikeout of the evening here for McDonald. Struck out 2 in the first, 1 in the third, and now the leadoff batter here in the 4th. As Cruz Ranke, the freshman designated hitter, 0 for 1 today with a walk and a run scored back in the 3rd. He's in a first pitch swing. This one is popped up. The catcher, and we'll see this one just go out of play with Graham Hess. And now there's 1 strike on Cruz Ranke. So that'll be the only difference in game number 2 again. You'll just flip the home team and the visitor team, but it will count as a Region 1 counter. For the Vikings, this is game number 8 and game number 9 of this season. Well, for the Broncos, this will be game 11 and game 12 of their year. McDonald working ahead on Ranke here, the 0-1. Foul tipped, and we'll make it now at 0-2. Both teams will make the trek to Hendrickson Field, which last couple of years kind of been the mecca of Region 1 baseball in terms of getting some Region 1 counters in for that Enderlin Baseball Classic, the 0-2. This one will come in and hit him. So Ranke climbs aboard via the free pass. And there's a runner on here in the top of the 4th inning. A couple of years ago, the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree, or now the Classic, became a Region 1 invite just to get region counter games in because most teams only had 0 or 1, so they told the Maple Rivers, the Hatton Northwoods of the world to find some other games in their schedule. As first pitch swinging, that one is hit in the air by Bittner. A scolding single to left as Ranke gets to second base. Hit number 5 of the afternoon here for the Broncos, and they'll have runners at first and second with 1 down here in the top of the 4th inning. But the Jamboree last year was completely washed out. 2 days of rain, unable to get any games in. A few years from that, able to see some snow in the outfield at Henderson Field. As this one on the wild pitch is going to get by Graham Hess, and Ranke will take third and Bittner will take second. As they'll have runners in scoring position now with one down, and the infield will come in for the Vikings as Howard is 0 for 2 today, looking to see if he can get one in the outfield and collect a extra run here for the Broncos. Good pitch by McDonald on the outer part of the zone. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Going back to that typical season time of the year for the Interland Jamboree, normally we don't worry about 50s and 60s. It's been chilly, cold, and everything in between, but this year weather looks fortunate for Friday and Saturday to get those games in. Here's the 2-1. Run in. Was it a foul ball? Yes, it was. It's the knob of the bat now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Batter number 4 of the inning here for the Broncos. Pitch number 77 upcoming for McDonald. We're going to see if he can get another strikeout here in the inning. 2-2. Strike 3 looking. Big punch out here. Number 5 for Jack, and there's 2 down in the top of the 4th. Colton Johnson with an RBI single back in the first, a walk and a run scored in the third. 2 down here with runners in scoring position. First pitch swinging. This one's going to be on the ground up the third base line. A perfect spot. The throw is going to be in time. Jack McDonald with a nice play up the third base line. Johnson's retired. Bernier with the stretch, and it's 1-3 on the putout. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. McDonald maybe makes the defensive gem of the game as he had to hustle after that one. Did a good job and retired Colton Johnson at first. That'll do it for the top half of the 4th. Vikings coming up in the bottom half when we return.
What's going on today?
I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassi Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems or working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they'll come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Call 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Update in the out-of-town scoreboard in Region 1 baseball today. Northern Cass able to blank Central Cass in game 1 of their doubleheader. Northern Cass wins it 8-0 over the Squirrels. Trey Huzar with a 1-hit shutout, striking out 14 batters in the win. So Northern Cass remains undefeated as they improved to now 5-0 in Region 1 play. The loss here for Central Cass will be their second in the region, and they as well will play a doubleheader just as the Vikings and the Broncos will be doing here today. This one in there for a strike. So Carson Getty 0 for 1 with the ground out. Bittner on for his 4th inning of work with the 0-1. Off-speed pitch. This one will go foul. Now make it 0-2. So for Northern Cass, they improved to 5-0 in Region 1 play. Central Cass will drop to 4-2. As this one will miss. It's now 1-2, and then they will play a second region counter coming up from Hunter. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here to the cleanup batter for the Vikings as Bittner looks in. The 1-2 is going to be hit on the ground. Bittner able to field it. Makes a clean throw to first. Johnson able to glove it 1-3, and Getty is retired here in the bottom of the 4th inning. As Brady will come up to the plate. Baumgartner here, the sophomore center fielder. As the Vikings will look to get something going against Jordan Bittner. Bittner sees this one miss low. It's now 1-0. So far for Lisbon, 1 run in the first, 4 in the third. Vikings' lone run came back in the first inning to tie things up at 1 apiece. This one will be out of the zone, missing now 2-0. Brady 0 for 1 with a strikeout swinging to finish things off in the first. Here's the 2-0 pitch by the righty Bittner. That'll miss out of the zone, now 3-0. One walk today so far for Jordan on the mound, coming to Sawyer Hess in the bottom half of the third. 3-0 pitch in there for a strike, 3-1. Three balls, one strike, one down here. Nobody on. Bottom of the fourth. And that'll be a 5-pitch walk. As Baumgartner able to get to first base here. As Max Bernier delivered a leadoff single back in the second for the Vikings. Would like to do something similar here in the fourth. Taking his lead off at first is Brady, being held on there by Johnson. Here's the pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1 to Max. Howard in left field with Welter in center. Hoffer in right for the Broncos. Eli Lyons behind the plate with Moss at third. Cordero at short and Jacob Lyons again at second. Bittner with the throw on the way by Lyons. Not going to be in time. This one was on the zone, and now it's a runner with a stolen base here. As we'll see the Vikings get their second stolen base of the game. Baumgarten stands at second base. Now Max Bernier works with a 1-1 count. Swung on and missed. It's now 1-2. So Vikings with a chance to trim into that deficit here with a runner in scoring position in the fourth. Bittner, 1-2 off speed. This one is going to get by the catcher all the way to the backstop. Making his way to third will be Brady on the wild pitch. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes, and Bernier would at least like to have a productive out, bare minimum here. Trying to get something in the outfield. 2-2 on the way with Jordan. 2-2 pitch, strike 3 looking, and Bittner gets his fifth strikeout. And there's 2 down here in the bottom of the fourth. First strikeout for Bittner since the second, where he punched out 2 and he got 2 strikeouts in the first as well. Now Gronwald, the second baseman, coming up. Carter sees this one swung on a miss. It's 0-1. So Jordan Bittner, one good pitch away from getting out of any particular harm here in the bottom of the fourth inning for the Broncos. 0-1 pitch is scolded to left. Howard camps underneath it with a one-handed catch. Howard came in and had to backstep a little bit there. Able to make the one-handed catch to retire the side. No runs, there was no hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. We played 4 complete on the Bank North scoreboard. It's a 5-1 lead for the Broncos as we head to the top of the 5th inning.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Going back to the left fielder there on the way for the Lisbon Broncos as Jaden Howard makes the one-handed play. If he misses that one, easily coming in to score was Brady from third. Carter would have been on his horse to second, rounding third, and who knows, maybe an inside the park home run instead. No runs come in the bottom half of the fourth inning there for Jordan Bittner. He's worked 4 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts on 60 pitches. For Jack McDonald so far today was 78 pitches through 4 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 5 walks, and 5 strikeouts here for Jack on the mound today here for the Vikings. As we go to Welter, Hoffer, and Lyons due up here for the Broncos. Batters 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup in the top of the 5th. Most of the day, some rolling clouds across the way. Temps in the low 60s. Wind working its way a little bit from right to left and at times blowing on in here today in Kindred as well. Good off-speed pitch for McDonald. Able to deliver a strike. It's now 0-1. Welter 1 of 2 today with a run scored and a run driven in. Here's the 0-1. That'll miss the zone 1 ball and 1 strike. Your home for the Region 1 baseball tournament is yourliveevent.com. Once we get to the schedules, we'll give you the final numbers and what everything has in store. The tournament begins on May the 14th. May the 15th and May the 17th are the opening couple of days. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way as McDonald sees this one. A one-hopper past the third baseman into short left field as Sawyer Hess was trying to play the one-hop. A scalding smash by Welter. And you'll have a runner aboard. Tough one-hopper as that one, as Sawyer was trying to glove it backhanded. There will be a runner at first base on the way. Here with Elliot Welter. Jackson Hoffer sees this one in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Jackson 0 for 2 today with a ground out his last time up to the shortstop, and Grunwald back in the third inning. So the Broncos, as they've done in pretty much every inning, snap throw in time, and Bernier applies the tag. So Graham Hess with the snap throw back to Bernier, and Welter is retired here in the top of the 5th inning. So 1 down, no balls, 2 strikes here for Jackson. Nice play from Hester Bernier. And Welter is retired at first base as McDonald with the 0-2. Strike 3 looking, and McDonald gets his 6th punch out of the evening. 2 down here in the top of the 5th, as you'll see Eli Lyons, who was 1 of 1 today with a sacrifice bunt in the first, a single with a couple runs driven in his last time up in the 3rd. But 2 down here, top of the 5th. McDonald with an off speed, able to get that one across for the strike, now 0-1. And Jacob Lyons on the on-deck circled him back to top of the lineup here for the Broncos. The 0-1 upcoming by McDonald. This is going to be hit on the ground up the third baseline foul, and it's now 0-2. For the Vikings, in the bottom half of the 5th inning, 8, 9, and 1 batters due up. Erdman, the leadoff batter here in the bottom of the 5th for Kindred. As you'll see McDonald with the 0-2. That'll be out of the zone now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Last year, the state tournament in Jamestown. This year returns to Newman Outdoor Field in Fargo. Strike 3 looking, and that'll retire the side first 3 up, 3 down inning here for the, or 3 up, or 3 batters, that is, for the inning after the error. So no runs, no hit, 1 error, and nobody left on base. McDonald has worked through 5 today, and it's a 5-1 lead as the Vikings will be coming up to the plate down by 4 when we return.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, gone.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Bottom of the 5th inning we go here for the Lisbon Broncos as they lead it by 4 over the Kindred Vikings. And this is our first of 2 games today here on yourliveevent.com from Kindred. Opening pitch back at 5:06 earlier today, about 70 minutes old as we make our way to the bottom half of the fifth inning. And Erdman, Johnson, and Swenson are the scheduled batters here for Kindred. As you will see the senior and Kelby Erdman here, the DH, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. His last time up and his only time up back in the second. Bittner on for his fifth inning of work, delivers a first pitch strike. It's now 0-1. Able to see what Bittner has been able to do today with the fastball. Seen that curveball come across on that off speed. Here's the 0-1 offering. I'll miss out of the zone now, 1-1. The Vikings right now currently down to their final 9 outs of this one unless they can get some runners aboard and drive them in. There's the 1-1. Off speed, out of the zone, now 2-1. And for the Vikings batters, what do you want to sit on here? Do you want to sit on a fastball? Do you wait for that off-speed curve to come in and try to barrel it up somewhere? 2-1. That'll be in there for a strike. It's now 2-2. 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 run, 1 hit against Bittner so far through 4. This will be in the turf, and we'll work the count full. As Bittner looks into Eli Lines behind the plate with the 3-2. This one's going to be fouled into the press box right on top of the garage. And this one will keep it at 3 balls and 2 strikes. About another 2 inches lower, that would have definitely gotten the press box, but that one hitting the garage door that makes its way up here on the bottom. Got a little dent in that. Just on the very bottom, though. The 3-2 swung on a miss. It's a 7-pitch at bat for Erdman, but Bittner able to win the battle, and he gets his 6th strikeout. A great sidelines here in Kindred, but when you get a foul ball like that, it can climb up on you awfully quickly here. Where's one down in the bottom of the 5th inning? Here's the pitch by Bittner. This one swung on a miss. Now 0-1. And not too bad, all things considered, how that one ricocheted off the press box here. As we'll keep it at 0-1. This one will miss for a ball. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Batter number 9 in the lineup here for the Vikings. Brock Johnson flew out to welter in center field. Last time up in the second, it's now 2-1. That was pitch number 70 here for Bittner. As Bittner winds and delivers. This one's going to be hit on the ground to the third baseman. Moss is able to glove it. Fires across, not going to be in time. So you're going to give the Viking sophomore shortstop able to get aboard. They'll rule it an error here in Kindred. As Moss was able to glove it, but by the time he was able to put the hand on the baseball and try to get a good grip, hustling was Brock Johnson. He gets on base here with a runner on with a 1 out in the 5th. Back to the top of the lineup here with Swenson. Kylan 0 for 2 today with a run scored. Pickoff play not going to be in time as Brock Johnson gets back in safely at first. Baumgarten was able to get a stolen base in the 4th. Sawyer has the same in the 3rd. Another pickoff play, not going to be in time. Nearly apply the tag there by Johnson. Brock Johnson at first base here for the Vikings. Well, you got Colton Johnson holding him on for the Broncos. The pitch. This one will miss out of the zone now 1-0. If you're the Vikings, go time here at the top of the lineup. 3rd time through seeing Bittner, seeing if he can get something in play. Bittner looks back the runner. And the 1-0. This one's going to be popped up to the first baseman. Johnson can't glove it, and it'll be in foul territory. And that'll go for a strike. And we'll give Kylan Swenson new life here. It'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. As coming down was Colton Johnson with a chance to make that play. There'll be 1 ball and 1 strike on the way after Johnson can't glove it in foul territory. The 1-1, another pick play. Johnson gets back in safely. That's Brock at first. And see if Kylan Swenson can take care of some new life here in the top or the bottom half of the 5th inning. Off-speed pitch. That'll miss out of the zone. It's now 2-1. Graham and Sawyer Hess then due up next here for the Vikings. Kindred 1 run back in the bottom of the 1st. 2-1 pitch. This one's going to be laced down the right field line. In there for a base knock. Rounding second, trying to get to third. Here's the throw by Hoffer. That's going to be up the field. As going to second base on the throw is going to be Swenson. And Kylan gets aboard here. Runners at second and third as Brad Bittner will come on and talk to his pitcher here on the mound. So Swenson gets the second base hit of the game. I'm going to go opposite field as Brock Johnson was hustling to second to third. Hoffer made the throw to Moss at third base, which allowed Kylan to get the extra 90 feet. And there's one down here in the bottom of the 5th as Graham Hess will be coming up to the plate now for the Vikings. Well, that's what happens. You give a quality player like Kylan Swenson an extra strike, or in this case, an extra at-bat. Able to make him pay instead of 2 down with a runner at first base with Graham Hess coming up to the plate. Graham will now have runners in scoring position for the Vikings. Trying to drive Brock Johnson in at least here from third. Graham today 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop-out to Cordero at short his last time up. Bittner sees this one, backhanded nicely by Eli in the turf. It's now 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes. Batter number 4 in the inning here for the Vikings. Bittner rocks and delivers. 1-0 swung on and missed. It's now 1-1. Outfield playing fairly straight away here for the Broncos. A little bit down the line and right for Hoffer. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This one's going to be hit on the ground. Cordero will come in at shortstop. A run does come in. Cordero able to retire Graham Hess. It's a productive out for Kindred as they do drive in the run. It's out number 2 of the inning. And have a new score on the Bank North scoreboard. It's now 5-2. So Johnson comes in to score from third. Swenson makes his way from second to third. Graham with a 6-3 run driven in. And there's the second run here for the Vikings as Sawyer Hess takes a strike. It's now 0-1. Sawyer 0 for 1 today with a walk. And caught stealing his last time up. This one out of the zone. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Awfully large run there, and Swenson standing at third base here for the Vikings. They do get one. Would love to put a little crooked number up here in the bottom of the 5th. 1-1 pitch. It's going to be blocked. It's now 2-1. Carson Getty is the on-deck batter for the Vikings. This is batter number 5 of the inning. They had 5 batters up in the first against Bittner. It's going to be hit right back up the middle. Cordero is there at short, able to make the throw across the diamond to retire the side. There was 1 run on 1 hit and error and 1 runner left on base. A new score on the Bank North scoreboard. It's the Lisbon Broncos 5, the Kindred Vikings 2, as we make our way to the top of the 6th inning here in Kindred.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Vikings able to get a run across again in the 5th inning after Graham Hess able to drive in Brock Johnson from third base. Does at least get 1 run across here for Kindred as they make that 5-1 deficit now down to 5-2 as we go to the top of the 6th inning. For the Lisbon Broncos, they will be sending batters 9-1-2 due up here against Jack McDonald. 88 pitches so far for Jack on the mound. Vikings at 4-1 in Region 1 play. The Broncos sit at 3-2 in the region. As you'll see, Jacob Lyons, Cordero, and Cruz Ranke due up here in the top of the 6th inning for Lisbon. And we'll have a little bit of time in between Game 1 and Game 2 here. Get you ready for the second coming up later tonight here from Kindred. This one in there for a strike. Good pitch by McDonald. Jacob Lyons 0 for 2 today with a strikeout, looking his last time up to finish the third. What has been the difference in this game where the Broncos scored 4 of their 5 runs in the top half of the third inning. This one has hit up the first base line. That'll go foul. It's now 0-2. Babe Ruth Legion Baseball not too far away as well. The end of the school year, about a month away from final day of school graduation. 0-2 pitch. This one's going to be hit up to the pitcher. McDonald does a good job firing to Bernier. Jacob Lyons is retired, and it's 1-3 on the putout, and there's one down. That one just a little roller. Right back up to the pitcher here, McDonald, and there's one down here in the top of the 6th inning. As Cordero comes up to the plate with a single and a run scored back in the first. He struck out swinging his last time up in the fourth. 1 of 3 so far here today for the leadoff batter for Lisbon. This one will miss out of the zone. It's now 1-0. As McDonald is nearing the 100 pitch mark. 1-0 pitch. That'll miss out of the zone. It's now 2-0. 2-0 pitch from Jack. This will be in there for a strike. It's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 offering. Hit on the ground. This one will go to the shortstop. Johnson is there, able to fire across. Backhanded nicely by Bernier in the dirt. It's 6-3 on the putout. 2 down here in the top of the 6th as Cruz Ranke comes up. Nicely done by Max at first base with the backhand in the dirt. And there's 2 down here for the Vikings. And we'll see a couple of strikeouts to finish this side in the 5th. As we've seen 4 straight batters retire. This one is going to be popped up. We'll see if it's going to be enough room in play. And just running out of real estate here, it's going to be 1 strike. It's now 0-1 as Cruz Ranke first pitch swinging. So far today, walked in the 3rd with a run scored, hit by a pitch back in the 4th. Is 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking back in the 1st inning. As the Broncos right now trying to avoid a 3-up, 3-down top half of the 6th. Here's the 0-1. That'll be out of the zone. It's now 1-1 for the Lisbon Broncos. 1 run in the first, 4 runs in the 3rd. The Vikings will be sending up their 4, 5, and 6 batters, bottom half of the 6th inning. McDonald now ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jordan Bittner is the on-deck batter. If Frankie can get to first. Here's the 1-2. That'll miss. Now 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here is McDonald. Fires a strike 3 looking to retire the side, and Jack's got his 7th punch-out of the evening. It's a 3-up, 3-down inning in the top of the 6th as we head to the bottom half. On the Bank North scoreboard, it's still a 3-run lead here for the Lisbon Broncos.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
For Jack McDonald, 6 innings of work so far, 5 hits, 5 runs. He has walked in total 5 today in terms of the free pass with a hit by a batter through 5 of those free passes and 9 strikeouts so far today for McDonald. So he's got 9 punch-outs here in 6 innings of work. As well for Jordan Bittner, 5 innings of work in his own right, 82 pitches. As we see Jordan climbing the mound here, going up against the 4, 5, and 6 batters in the bottom of the 6th inning as the Vikings down by 1 in the bottom of the 5th, get 1 run across. Would like to at least do that here. Cut into the deficit in the bottom of the 6th inning as well. Jordan Bittner on the mound, 2 free passes, a walk to Sawyer, Hess, and Baumgartner. And then he's got 6 strikeouts so far here tonight. As this one going through, Carson Getty is going to fall behind the count. Carson, a couple of grounders back to the pitcher, and Jordan Bittner so far today 0 for 2 for the junior right fielder. This inside-out swing will go foul into the Evergreens. It's now 0-2. So no balls, 2 strikes for the junior right fielder, falling behind against Bittner. Pitch number 85 for Jordan. Swung on and into the glove of Eli Lyons. Strike 3, and that's strikeout number 7 here for Jordan Bittner. 1 down here in bottom of the 6th inning as Brady comes to the plate. Baumgartner here with a walk back in the 4th and a stolen base. Struck out back in the 1st. Baumgartner, did he check swing? Yes, he did not go through. So it'll be 1-0 on the way here to Brady. One ball, no strikes. Bittner fires this one in. It's now 1-1. One offering upcoming from Bittner. This one will be out of the zone. It's 2-1. For the Vikings, 1-1 across in the 1st. A run across last inning in the 5th for their 2 so far today on the Bank North scoreboard. Here's the pitch. That'll miss out of the zone. It's now 3-1. Max Bernier on the on-deck circle here for the Vikings. 3 balls and a strike as Bittner delivers. This one will miss. It's a 5-pitch walk, and Bittner will see his 3rd free pass of the evening as Max Bernier will be coming to the plate, and the Vikings get a runner on here in the 6th. Bernier with a single in the 2nd, struck out looking back in the 4th. 1-2 so far here on this Tuesday evening. Taking his lead off of first is Brady. Here's the throwback as Brady's already had 1 stolen base here today. Able to slide in safely. Takes his lead as Bittner looks into Bernier. Another pick play. And diving back in safely again is Brady. Baumgartner takes his lead from first. Runner's going to go. Hit and run opportunity. This one is fouled back. Now it's 0-1. And we'll do it all over again. As Brady had a nice lead and then eventually able to have a good jump on the way from Jordan Bittner. Instead, it will be strike number 1 on the way to the junior first baseman here to Bernier. Runner's going to go again. Here's the throw by Eli Lyon. Sliding in safely is going to be Brady. He gets his second stolen base. Runner in scoring position. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike here to Max Bernier. So the Vikings get a runner in scoring position here in the 6th. As Bittner with a 1-1 count. This one will be in there for a strike. Nice one at the knee. It's now 1-2. As Brady takes his lead off of first. Looks back the runner at second. And now we'll do it all over again here to Max Bernier. Carter Grun will on the on-deck circle here for Kindred. 1-2. This one is going to be hit in the air. That's to straightaway center field. The center fielder in Welter camps underneath it, makes the out. Throw to third base. Do they apply the tag? Yes, in time for the twin killing. Welter to Moss to apply the tag, and Brady is retired as it's a line drive out for Max Bernier, and then 8-5 on the double play to retire the side. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 6 on the Bank North scoreboard. We have a 5-2 lead as we head to the top of the 7th inning on your liveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
So a double play to get out of the inning there for the Lisbon Broncos after the line drive out by Max Bernier. Welter, there was a nice one to Moss at third base to get Baumgartner out. Baumgartner out at third as he was trying to tag from second to third with 2 down. And now the Lisbon Broncos with their final time up here in the top of the 7th. The heart of the order, Bittner, Howard, and Johnson, 3, 4, and 5 batters going up against McDonald here on the mound. Stay tuned to our post-game show. Once we get there, we'll get to our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. We'll take a look at the final stat line, that and more as we put a bow on game number 1 and get you ready for game number 2 as Bittner takes a strike, has reached base 3 times today via the walk, hit by pitch, and a single back in the 4th. Does have a run scored back in the 3rd inning. This one's going to be hit up the third base line. That'll go foul. It's now 0-2. So no balls, 2 strikes. This one's going to be a grounder up the third base line. That'll go foul. This one will be swung on a miss. Graham Hess will have to complete the strikeout to first. Bernier is there, and that will be Jack McDonald gets his 10th strikeout of the evening, and there's one down here in the top of the 7th inning. Taking a look at the Lisbon Broncos. Looks like Cordero was warming up a little bit here for Lisbon. Up the third base side as there's one down here in the top of the 7th. Pitch on the way by McDonald to Howard. Will miss out of the zone. It's now 1-0. Jaden today 0 for 3 with a strikeout looking and a strikeout swinging. This one will miss. It's now 2-0. As McDonald, 2-0 pitch in there for a strike. It's 2-1. Last batter to reach was Elliott Welter in the 5th, and that was via the air. This one in there for a strike. It's 2-2. McDonald's in a nice job finding his rhythm here after the 3rd inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here, top of the 7th. 2-2 is going to be a grounder. This one with a hop to the third baseman. Coming across, not going to be in time. It'll be a infield single for Howard, who was able to reach base. 6th hit of the game on the way. Sawyer Hess had to take that secondary hop and wait for it. That allowed Howard to hustle down the first base line, get on base with an infield knock. And now Colton Johnson will come up to the plate with a run scored, a run driven in, first pitch swinging. As this will go out of play, it's now 0-1. Johnson with a ground out his last time up as Jack McDonald did a good job coming off the mound, fielding his position and firing to Bernier at first to retire the side back in the 4th inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This one getting out of the way is Colton. There's Graham Hess able to see that one, keeping it close enough after the hits the glove as the runner in Howard had to stay put at first. 1-1 pitch. This one is going to be hit in the air. That's to left. Swenson going back. Swenson able to see it. And there's 2 down. Allowed out number 2 here in the top of the 7th. As you'll see, Elliott Welter now coming up here for the Broncos. Welter with a single. Run scored and driven in back in the 3rd. He's 1 of 3 so far here today. Runner at first again is Howard. 2 down in the 7th. McDonald sees this one. Here's the throw by Hess to try to get the runner at second. Got him in time. Graham Hess to Grunwald. Caught stealing is going to be Howard, and that's how we'll finish off the top of the 7th. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. McDonald 113 pitches through 7 innings, and that'll retire the side. The Vikings down to their final 3 outs, and we return here in the bottom of the 7th on your liveevent.com.
I will be your guiding light, 'cause you don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
Bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be the bottom of the lineup. 7, 8, 9 batters due up here for the Vikings. And Grunwald, Erdman, and Johnson of the Broncos unable to put up a run in the top of the 7th. But Lisbon so far 5 runs, 6 hits. They've committed 4 errors. For the Vikings, 2 runs, 2 hits. They've committed 3 errors. The Vikings have left 4 runners aboard, while for the Broncos, they have left 6 runners on base. On the Bank North scoreboard, Bank North been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. See what values-based banking can do for you. Visit banknorth.bank. That again is banknorth.bank. Carter Grunwald, line drive out to Howard his last time up in the 4th inning, as Bittner has thrown 94 pitches today looking for the complete game. Bittner. Well, first pitch, Grunwald able to hit this one into left. The left fielder able to get there, Howard. And it's 1 pitch and 1 down here on the fly out to the left fielder. And there's 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th as the Vikings are down to their final 2 outs. Erdman coming to the plate here for the Vikings. 0 for 2 today with a pair of strikeouts. Bittner. First pitch swinging is Erdman. The left fielder, Howard, going to have some time to camp underneath it again. 2 pitches, 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning. As it goes back to Brock Johnson, who reached base back in the 5th via the air with a run scored. Trying to get on base and bring up the top of the lineup here with Swenson. A little check swing. This one will go up the first base side foul. It's now 0-1. As Jordan Bittner was nearly 3 pitches for 3 outs here in the 7th. Here's the 0-1 offering. Oh, missed in the turf, now 1-1. Vikings down to their final out here, bottom of the 7th, Region 1 contest. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This one is hit right back up the middle. And Johnson able to get aboard here with a 2-out single. That'll be the third hit of the game for the Kindred Vikings. As the Vikings just trying to find a way to bring that game-tying run to the plate if Kylan can get aboard. Swenson, 1 of 3 today with the run scored. Got a single his last time up in the 5th. Able to hit one up the right field line. Off-speed pitch. Swenson going to go to the right fielder here as Hoffer goes towards the fair foul line to make the catch, and that'll retire the side on a flyout to the right fielder. A final in game number 1 of this Region 1 doubleheader goes to the visiting Lisbon Broncos as they pick up the win 5-2. There are no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base in a contest that gets finalizes today at 6:45 here on yourliveevent.com. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll take a look at the final numbers and more in a game that went 1 hour and 39 minutes here today. The Broncos able to pick up the victory by a final of 5-2. They improved to 7-4 on the season and 4-2 in Region 1. The Vikings dropped to 6 and make that 5-3 on the season, and they dropped to 4-2 in Region 1 play as well. We'll take a look at the final box score and we return here on yourliveevent.com.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
As we come back here, a final again, the Lisbon Broncos 5-2 over the Kindred Vikings. Line score looks like this. The Broncos 5 runs, 6 hits, 4 errors with 6 runners left on base. The Vikings 2 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors with 5 runners left on base. Jordan Bittner picks up the win. A complete game 3-hitter, 2 runs against with 3 walks and 7 strikeouts. Jack McDonald picks up the loss, also throwing a complete game. 6 hits, 5 runs, 5 walks, and 10 strikeouts for McDonald on the mound here today in a game that again went 1 hour and 39 minutes. Camp Cordero finishes this contest 1 of 4 from the plate with a run scored back in the first. Cruz Ranke was able to get aboard twice via the walk and a hit by pitch. He goes 0 for 2 with a run scored. Jordan Bittner at the plate goes 1 of 2 with a single and a run scored with a walk and a hit by pitch. Jaden Howard goes 1 of 3 with a single. I'll make him 1 of 4 with a single here for Howard. Colton Johnson in this one would finish off the game 1 of 3 with a walk and a run scored back in the third and a run driven in. The first run of the game was driven in by Colton back in the top of the first inning. Elliot Welter with a single and a run scored in the third. He also had a run driven in the third inning. Goes 1 of 3 from the plate. Jackson Hoffer goes 0 for 3 from the plate with a run driven in back in the third inning. Eli Lyons with a 2 RBI single in the third. Goes 1 of 2 with a sacrifice bunt, a single in the third. And Jacob Lyons goes 0 for 3 today with a strikeout here for the Lisbon Broncos. Kylan Swenson goes 1 of 4 with a single and a run scored. The single was back in the fifth. The run scored was in the first to tie things up after Sawyer Hess drove him in. Graham Hess goes 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Sawyer Hess goes 0 for 2 with a walk and a stolen base in the third. Carson Getty goes 0 for 3 with a strikeout in the sixth. Brady Baumgarten was able to go 0 for 1 today. 2 walks and 2 stolen bases here for Brady. Max Bernier goes 1 of 3 with a single back in the second inning. Carter Gronwald goes 0 for 3 with a line drive out in the fourth. Kelby Erdman goes 0 for 3, and then Brock Johnson goes 1 of 3 today with a run scored back in the fifth inning. For the Lisbon Broncos, 5 runs, a run in the first, 4 runs in the third. For the Kindred Vikings, 2 runs across, 1 in the first and 1 in the fifth inning. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back after this, we'll get to our player of the game, our play of the contest, that and more still to come here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
The Kindred School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
As we come back here to our player of the game, brought to you in part by Enbridge Energy. Go to Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. That again is Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Jordan Bittner, again, 7 innings of work, 3 hits allowed, 2 runs with 3 walks and 7 strikeouts is part A of that. Also able to get on base 3 times here today with a run scored. Jordan Bittner is our Enbridge Energy player of the game. Go to Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. Again, that is Enbridge.com for career opportunities. We go from there to our Agassi Precision Egg play of the game. From the plate, opening up the contest was a 2 RBI single by Eli Lyons back in the third, which at the time was a 3-1 contest, but he was able to get 2 additional runs in the third inning, in which the Broncos had 8 batters to the plate. They scored 4 runs across in the third. That was the good hit of the game, brought to you in part by Agassi Precision Egg. Then we saw a couple of nice fielding plays, one of them by the left fielder in Howard, a one-handed catch to rob a double and possibly a triple, if not more, and a run driven in if Carter Grunwald gets by Howard in left field, but instead it finished the side in the fourth inning with no runs coming across. And then a nice play as well for the Lisbon Broncos by the center fielder in Welter to gun down Baumgarten at third base, trying to tag from second to third to get the double play to retire the side in the sixth inning. Those 2 plays were a couple of nice outs there in the outfield for the Lisbon Broncos. That is our play of the game, brought to you in part by Agassi Precision Egg, your local precision planting dealer. Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119. That is 701-436-2119, or visit planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com. So the Kindred Vikings now 6 and make that 5-3 on the season, 4-2 in the region. The Lisbon Broncos improved to 7-4 in this season and 4-2 in Region 1 play. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll put a bow on game number 1. That is next here from Kindred.
I will be your guiding light, 'cause you don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
At Stock Growers Bank in Lisbon, let them turn your dreams into reality and help watch them grow. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith will give you a tailored solution to fit your unique requests. From farming, buying a new home, or investing in your future, he has you covered. Stock Growers Bank celebrating 125 years of banking in your local communities. For more information, call Wyatt at 701-683-5000. Stock Growers Bank, where your success is their top priority. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartments. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
As we come back here on our post-game show, earlier today, picking up a win in softball, Kindred Richland able to defeat the Burros of Hillsborough Central Valley, so the Vikings pick up a win just across the block here in Region 1 softball. Also picking up a win earlier today, coming in baseball in Region 1 play, Northern Cass with a 8-0 win over the Central Cass Squirrels. So now Northern Cass is 5-0 in Region 1 play, while on the opposite side, the Central Cass Squirrels, they pick up their second loss in the region and drop to 4-2. So now Central Cass, Kindred, and Lisbon all tied at 4-2. Central Cass in game number 2 of their doubleheader with Northern Cass, and we'll see the same here for Kindred and Lisbon as well, and see who can be in that number 2 spot. Central Cass did pick up a win earlier over the Lisbon Broncos, and the same for the Kindred Vikings. So if they are currently tied with either team at the second spot after the conclusion of tonight, they would still be in second in the Region 1 standings. But if they fall to Northern Cass, the winner of this game between the Vikings and the Broncos would then be the number 2 seed after play here tonight. So that again does it for game number 1, in which the Lisbon Broncos pick up the win over the Kindred Vikings again by a final of 5-2. Jordan Bittner goes the distance, picks up the win. 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 hits, 2 runs, while McDonald picks up the loss, going the distance in 7 innings of work, 6 hits, 5 runs, 5 walks, and 10 strikeouts. We'll see who improves to 5-2 in Region 1 and who will drop to 4-3 in the region for game number 2 coming up around the corner. That is next here from Kindred for part 2, so stay with us as we'll have a little bit of time to get the lineup situated here, and then we'll get you ready for game number 2. A reminder, later this week on yourliveevent.com for both of these teams, we'll have the Enderlin Baseball Classic. The Broncos will play a little breakfast in baseball on Friday against Maple River at 9 o'clock in the morning, then have a date with Enderlin at 10:45. That'll be their 2 games of the Enderlin Classic. Well, for the Vikings, they will play 2 games on Friday and Saturday combined in the Classic. So 1 game on Friday, 1 game on Saturday for 2 games. Though over the weekend, they will play the Burros of Hillsborough Central Valley on Friday at 2:15, then tangle with Hatton Northwood on Saturday at 10:30 in the morning. We'll have both of those games for you for both Kindred and Lisbon from the Enderlin Baseball Classic on Friday and Saturday on yourliveevent.com. I'm Chase Miller, repeating today's final in game number 1, Lisbon 5, Kindred 2. Game number 2 coming up in a few minutes here on your live event.
This is Jamie from Park Company Realtors, and I'd like to take a moment to show you around a new development in Kindred, Norman Acres. With a country-like feel, Norman Acres gives you the opportunity to have your own fully outfitted shop or outbuilding just steps away. Residential lot sizes vary between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre in size, and all lots for residences and shops have no special assessments. Give yourself the space to grow, pick your spot, and plant your roots in Norman Acres of Kindred.
In today's fast-paced world, your business needs more than just numbers. It needs an alphabet roadmap with Olson Accounting. A is for accounts payable, where every dollar counts. B stands for balance sheets, keeping your finances on track. And C represents cash flow, the lifeblood of your business. At Olson Accounting, they're more than just number crunchers. Discover the difference with their trusted expertise, personalized service by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon. As we get you ready for game number 2 of the doubleheader here today between the Kindred Vikings and the Lisbon Broncos. This is the remake game from earlier in the month in which they were supposed to play in Lisbon. So the Lisbon Broncos will be the they will be the home team on the scoreboard, while the Kindred Vikings, they will be the visiting team on the scoreboard here in this contest. We'll get to the starting 9 here in a moment. It is 61 degrees. Colton Johnson in the circle. First pitch in there for a strike. And this will be at 7:09 for the opening game of the second part of our Region 1 doubleheader here between the Broncos and the Vikings. This one will be hit a 2-hopper that goes to Jacob Lyons. Goes across. Here's the stretch by the first baseman in Hoffer. That'll be in time. That'll be 5-3 on the putout, and there's one down here in the top of the first inning. For the Vikings, Colin Swenson is retired. Graham Hess is batting second, the sophomore catcher. Sawyer Hess, the junior third baseman, batting third. And then you have Carson Getty here in the cleanup spot, the junior right fielder. First pitch on the way to Graham Hess will miss for a ball. It's now 1-0. Max Bernier, the junior first baseman, batting fifth, with Brady Baumgarten batting sixth, the sophomore center fielder. 1-0 pitch is going to be fouled. It'll be 1-1. Carter Gronwald will be the second baseman, the freshman. Brock Johnson is the sophomore designated hitter. Jack McDonald will be at shortstop here for the senior, and then the pitcher will be Eli Mack. This one will miss for a ball. It's 2-1. Gareth Hansen calling balls and strikes. Gail Hamry in the infield here for our umpiring crew. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fouled. It's now 2-2. Howard in left field, Welter in center. Ranky in right with Hoffer at first. Cordero moves to second base. Bittner at shortstop. Jacob Lyons at third, and Eli Lyons behind the plate here for the Lisbon Broncos. Foul ball. We'll do it all over again here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Winner of this game gets to 5-2 in the region, and if Northern Cass can sweep Central Cass tonight, they would be second place in the Region 1 standings, entering play then on Thursday. This one misses out of the zone. It's now 3-2. Colton Johnson, 3 balls, 2 strikes here, the sophomore catcher. This one will be hit in the air. That'll be to the right fielder in Ranky. Ranky comes in, able to play that one in right, and there's 2 down. So 2 down here, top of the first inning. Fly out to the right fielder is Sawyer Hess, the junior third baseman, coming up to the plate here for the Vikings. Kindred now 5-3 on the season, while you have the Broncos at 7-4 overall on the year. This one in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Broncos in their black tops with Broncos written in cursive across the front and white with the red numerals here today. This one's going to be a grounder up to the first baseman. Tanking it will be Sawyer Hess, 3 unassisted, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning here in the top of the first. As we head to the bottom of the first inning on the Bank North scoreboard, it's Kindred scoreless with the Lisbon Broncos coming to the plate.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all, from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
To the bottom of the first inning we go here. Cam Cordero will be batting leadoff for the Lisbon Broncos. Cruz Ranke will be batting second, the right fielder. Jordan Bittner batting third, followed by Jaden Howard batting in the cleanup spot for the left fielder. Colton Johnson, the pitcher, batting fifth. Elliot Welter, the center fielder, batting sixth. Jackson Hoffer, the first baseman, batting seventh. Eli Lyons batting eighth, and Jacob Lyons batting ninth, the third baseman here today for the Lisbon Broncos. The Kindred Vikings, blue tops, Vikings in cursive across the front with the white numerals and lettering with the white pants here for game number 2. This one will be in the turf here for Mr. Eli Mack, the freshman, and it's 1-0 to Cordero. Swenson in left, Baumgartner in center with Getty in right. We'll get to the infield in a moment. This one will be in there for a strike. It's 1-1. Sawyer Hess will be at third base, McDonald at short, Grunwald at second, Bernier's at first, and Graham Hess behind the plate here for the Vikings. 1-1 pitch in there for a strike. It's now 1-2. Broncos a 3-up, 3-down inning. We'll see what the Vikings can do here defensively, especially with the southpaw, the lefty with Mack. 1-2, strike 3 looking on the breaking ball, and there's one down here in the bottom of the first. A ground out, a fly out, and a ground out for the Vikings in the top of the first. Here for the Broncos, a strikeout looking here in the bottom of the first inning. Cruz Ranke will step in as the lights come on here in Kindred. This one will miss on the interior, now 1-0. Here's the 1-0 offering by the freshman Mack, and this one will be a C&I single up the middle. It's a one-out single here for Ranke, and the Broncos have their first runner aboard here in the bottom of the first. Jordan Bittner will be stepping in for the senior shortstop. The runner in Ranke takes his lead off at first, held by Bernier. Runner's not going to go. Breaking ball in the outer part in there for a strike. It's 0-1 to Bittner. Bittner able to reach base 3 times in game number 1. A single, a walk, and a hit by pitch. And able to get the complete game win. 0-1 pitch, foul back. It's now 0-2. For the Broncos, their next game will be at home hosting the Oaks Tornadoes. Well, for the Vikings, they will make their way to Oak Grove. Both of those games will be on Thursday. The 0-2 will be out of the zone. It's now 1-2. Runner takes his lead off of first in Ranke. Mack with a 1-2 pitch. That'll miss. This one will get all the way to the backstop. And it'll be 2-2 as Ranke will make his way on the pass ball to second base. So one down as Bittner, the shortstop, will bat with a runner in scoring position here. The 2-2. This one is going to be hit on the ground to the third baseman. This one comes across. This one will get across as Bernier has to come off the bag to play that before it goes into right field. Sawyer Hess with the throw. Now runners will be at the corners. So runners will be at the corners after the throwing error here by Sawyer Hess. And now Ranke stands at third base. Bittner stands at first, and we'll see what the play is on for Coach Bittner with the Broncos, with runners at the corners. A lot of times this could be a delayed steal by the first baseman, seeing if he can bait the catcher to throw, and then the runner in Ranke would head down to home. This one misses. Everybody stays put. It's now 1-0. As we've seen in baseball at times, too, we've seen whoever is cutting across the second base, whether it's Grunwald or McDonald, might cut across, take the throw from the catcher, and try to see if they can get the runner then out at home if he does come down to score. So a strikeout by Cordero, a Ranke single. Then a pass ball gone to second, then a throwing error got Bittner on at first. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Mack. In there for a strike, it's 1-1. Cleanup batter here with Howard, the left fielder for the Broncos. As Mack with the 1-1. Good pitch in there for a strike. It's now 1-2. Pitch number 12 of the inning here for Mack. As Colton Johnson worked 14 pitches for the Broncos in the top half of the first. This one's going to be hit on the ground. An opportunity for Grunwald. Makes the flip at second. Here's the relay. Not in time as the runner will make his way towards first. And this one will go to second as it goes into the dugout. So the runner comes in to score in Ranke from first base. Bittner's retired on the fielder's choice. And Jen Howard will able to get aboard. So the runner comes in to score here for the Lisbon Broncos as they take the first lead of the game. And now we'll have 2 down with a runner at second base. This one will be in there for a strike to Colton Johnson. It's 0-1. To make his way on the throwing error then was Howard as he will take second as that one again went into the dugout. It's 0-2. Broncos take an early 1-0 lead as what they were able to do back in the first game of the doubleheader. Not going through the zone, Colton Johnson. It's now 1-2. Mack looks back, the runner at second. Here's the 1-2 offering. That'll miss for a ball. The runner's going to scamper to third base and get in there safely. So Howard will take third. And that'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes. So runner at third again is Howard. This one's going to be hit, and that's to straightaway center. It'll be an RBI single for Colton Johnson, who helps his own cause, and it's a 2-0 game here for the Lisbon Broncos. As Howard comes in to score, as we'll have a courtesy runner coming in now for the Lisbon Broncos. This will be Colby Mouse. As Mouse will come on here as Colton Johnson makes his way as the pitcher into the dugout and get ready to come on to the top of the second. This one will run in for a ball. It's now 1-0. Elliot Welter, the 6th batter here for the Lisbon Broncos in the second. Able to get 2 runs across so far on 2 hits. There have been a couple of errors by the Vikings as well. As Mack with the 1-0 will run in. Now it's 2-0. Mouse takes his lead off of first. Here's the 2-0. Big swing. Now it's 2-1. Taking the lead again is Mouse. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's now 2-2. So far, the top 4 teams in the region have been Northern Cass, Central Cass, Kindred, and Lisbon so far here this year, albeit most teams have played either 4 or 5, as this one will be a wild pitch that'll make its way to the backstop as Mouse will take second base. Welter works with a full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Oak Grove coming in at the 5th spot today. Then you have the Ball Stars, Enderlin, and Oaks, 6, 7, and 8 respectively here in the region. 3-2 pitch will be fouled off, and we'll keep it at 3-2. Northern Cass has been a team that's been knocking on the door. Central Cass has won 4 straight Region 1 titles. The Vikings, last time they've made it to state was 2017 here, as this one will run in. And it will be a full count walk as Welter gets aboard with the free pass, and runners will be at first and second. And Jackson Hoffer, the First baseman steps up now with runners at first and second. First time since the early 60s that the Broncos have had a high school sanctioned baseball team, as this one misses out of the zone at 1-0. But the last 4 years here have been Central Cass in terms of the region pick play. At second, diving back is Mouse, as he will get back safely. Pitch number 29 upcoming here for Mac. Here's the 1-0. That'll miss out of the zone, now 2-0. Game number 1, both pitchers went the distance. McDonald picking up the loss in 7, while Jordan Bittner was able to pick up the complete game win. Here's the 2-0. That'll be out of the zone now, 3-0. Back-to-back 3-ball counts here for Mac on the mound. Eli Lyons, the catcher, on the on-deck circle. Mac looking to fire a strike. Able to do that here now, 3-1, and work back in the count. 2 runs across so far in the inning for the Broncos. Trying to see if they can add a third, if Hoffer can get one in the outfield. 3-1 pitch is going to be hit down the right field line, and that one's going to be snagged by the first baseman, Bernier, on a line drive out to retire this side. But for the Lisbon Broncos, they do score 2 runs across on 2 hits. There were 2 errors and 2 runners left on base. We played 1 today on the Bank North scoreboard. The Broncos lead it by 2 as the Vikings are coming to the plate here in the second inning.
The Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
As the Broncos get 2 runs across in the first inning, Colton Johnson made it a 2-0 game after the RBI single on the way here for Lisbon. He's had a good bat so far today for the Broncos. Had a couple of runs driven in game number 1 as well. Still a lot of ball game left to be had, but the Vikings will see it here in the top of the second inning. Getty, Bernier, and Brady Baumgartner will be coming up to the plate here for Kindred. Game that got underway here just about 20 minutes ago, as Colton Johnson needed just 11 pitches to get out of the first. We'll see what he can do here. First pitch swinging is Getty. It's now 0-1. 8 teams in Region 1 baseball here this season, with the addition of Lisbon. Similar to Region 1 softball here in recent years, adding Maple River. Lisbon having a softball program, and then you also have a little bit of Oaks with Foreman and Gwinner with Dutch school districts. As this one is out of the zone, missing for a ball, it's 1-2. Here's the 1-2 offering. This is going to be hit on a line up the third base side, but foul. Update from Target Field. The Minnesota Twins won. The Chicago White Sox won. Bottom of the third. 1-1 ball game. 2 teams in the cellar of the AL Central playing against each other. Saw that Target Field was offering $9 tickets to get in with ticket fees included with the White Sox in town. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This is going to be hit on a line right into the front of the center fielder as Welter brings it in. Good piece of hitting by Getty behind the count. 0-2 gets the first base knock of the game here for the Vikings, as you see Max Bernier coming up to the plate. So far between the Twins and the White Sox this season, 12 wins and 32 losses combined in the month of April. This one swung on and miss. Mind you, a couple of each other's wins and losses are against each other as well. So here's the 0-1 upcoming to Max Bernier. Vikings looking to answer here in the top of the second after the Broncos jumped out early. Here's the pick play. Sliding back in is Getty. No balls and one strike on the way here to the number 5 batter in the lineup for head coach Scott Milbrandt. Looking to bunt. This one goes foul. Now 0-2. Brad Bittner, the head coach for the Lisbon Broncos, on the opposite side. Also later tonight, Minnesota Timberwolves against the Lakers, and the Minnesota Wild puck drop at 10 o'clock against Las Vegas local time. So if you're a Minnesota Timberwolves or Wild fan, it'll be a late night. No balls, 2 strikes. Colton Johnson works from the stretch. Has paid attention to Getty at first. This one will be one-hopped. Eli Lyons doing a nice job behind the plate here to keep it in front of him. It's now 1-2. There's Johnson looking for the pick play. Sliding back in again is Getty. And we'll keep it at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Also for the Minnesota Twins, Dollar Dog Night for 3 days in a row at Target Field. Seeing if they can get some fans to Target Field. $9 to get you in, fees included, and a $1 dog at a big league stadium. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. This one will be jammed in at the hands, and we'll keep it at 2-2. Against the New York Mets last week, it was the least attended ball game for Target Field. Just over 10,000 was the announced attendance. But whether or not doing the Twins anything well, and obviously the start of the season for Minnesota, as this one is diving back in safely for Carson Getty. 2 balls, 2 strikes is Johnson. We'll see this one on the ground up the third base line, but that'll go foul. After you saw Carson bluff a steal here on a 2-2 count. So good at bat by Max Bernier. Kind of a back and forth, especially with Colton Johnson paying attention to Getty again at first base. Redhawks baseball won't be too far along with the exhibition. They have a game with North Dakota State this season for an exhibition play. So something new, first time those two teams have played in any form. Hosting that game at Newman Outdoor Field as the Redhawks and the Bison. Seeing that one particular. First time as they play at the same field. Here goes the runner. There's a strikeout, but easily getting to second base will be Getty. Max Bernier will strike out first, punch out for Johnson on the mound. There is one down, but going to second base will be Getty on the steal. Baumgarten here, the sophomore center fielder, will step up now with the runner in scoring position for the Vikings. Off-speed pitch. That'll miss for a ball. It's now 1-0. 25 pitches for 4 outs so far for Colton Johnson. 14 in this inning alone after taking just 11 in the first. 1-0 pitch. This one's going to be hit in the air. Little 3-hopper that'll go to left fielder. This one's going to get past the left fielder, Howard. Here's the throw in, and the Vikings take advantage with the base runner coming in from second. So it's a 2-1 on the Bank North scoreboard here. You're going to get Baumgartner able to get the hit. Coming in to score will be Getty from second base. He was able to get to third, and then that one went under the glove of Howard, so the error will allow the run to come in and score. It's now 2-1, but the Vikings doing a nice job here in the second, putting the ball in play so far through 2 batters of Getty and Baumgarten. As Carter Grunwald here, the freshman second baseman, steps into the plate. Here's the throw by Lyons, not going to be in time as Brady gets into scoring position here. That one in there for a strike to Carter Grunwald, and there's now an 0-1 count to the freshman second baseman. So no balls, one strike with one down here, bottom of the second. Kindred with a chance to tie with a runner at second base. This one jammed him. The third baseman with Jacob Lyons sees that one go down the third baseline. Too far in front of him. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. As the Vikings just trying to find a way to see if they can put one back into play, as we saw from Brady and Carson here with a couple of singles so far in the inning. Here's the pitch. That'll miss. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes here in the bottom of the second. Or excuse me, the top of the second inning. With the Vikings being the visitor team, as this one is going to be hit up the first base line. That's going to be a base knock. Rounding third base is going to be Brady, making his way from first as Grunwald will stay there. And it's an RBI single on the way. The Vikings have tied this one up at 2 apiece. That one able to get by Hoffer at first base, right down the line, and we're knotted at 2. A brand new score here on the Bank North scoreboard as well. As Carter Grunwald gets the run driven in, coming in to score. Baumgartner will come in for his first run of the game. We're tied at 2 apiece. And Carter is able to get the third base knock of the contest here for Kindred. So Grunwald, we'll see if he makes his way. He will stay put. First pitch swinging is Brock Johnson. Fouls this one back. Now 0-1. So Vikings get their answer. No balls, 1 strike. They've either been trailing or tied so far today with Lisbon. The tie was brief back in game number 1. The 0-1 missing out of the zone. It's 1-1. The Broncos took the first lead of the series at 1-0. Vikings came back and answered in the bottom half of the first in game 1 at 1-1. Then Lisbon scored 4 in the third and never looked back in their win in the first game by a final of 5-2 as Brock Johnson takes a strike. It's now 1-2. Runner again at first base with 1 down here in the top half of the second. Here's the pitch by Johnson. Off speed, that'll be out of the zone. Now 2-2. And pitch number 35 here for Colton Johnson in this game. 2-2 coming back. Sliding in safely there is Carter Grunwald. And we'll do the 2-2 all over again. Seen in these particular counts, having a chance to maybe get the runner in motion at particular times. Runner's going to stay put. This one missing. Now it's 3-2. So far in the inning, 3 singles and 1 strikeout here for the Viking batters against Johnson. Payoff pitch to Brock Johnson. The 3-2, that'll miss. Good at bat by the sophomore designated hitter. First free pass of the game for Colton Johnson. And runners will be at first and second with 1 down with the number 9 batter in Jack McDonald, the senior shortstop, coming to the plate. Runner at second is Grunwald. Runner at first is Johnson. Vikings looking for an even bigger crooked number here in the top half of the frame. I'll miss outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Batter number 6 of the inning here for the Vikings, and Brad Bittner will come on quickly for a little conference call on the mound with his pitcher and Colton Johnson. Just giving Colton a chance to collect himself here for the senior pitcher. As the top of the lineup due up next here for the Vikings with Kylan Swenson. After 11 pitch first inning with a ground out, fly out, and a ground out, Vikings forcing Colton to throw a couple more across the zone. Having some better at-bats here for the Vikings in this second, working the count, looking for their pitch. The 1-0. This one is going to be on a Grounder to third baseman. There's one. Goes a long way for the 5-3 double play opportunity. Not going to be in time. Reaching base will be McDonald on a fielder's choice. Grunwald retired at third as Brock Johnson will make his way to second. And there's two down here in the top half of the frame. Colin Swenson, the senior left fielder, comes up for the second time. First pitch. Foul back, it's 0-1 for the Broncos. Bottom half of the second inning, Eli and Jacob Lyons. And back to top of the lineup with Cordero. 8-9-1 due up for the Broncos in the bottom half of the second. The 0-1 pitch. That'll miss for a ball. It's now 1-1. Thirtieth pitch of the inning upcoming here for Colton Johnson. 1-1. This one going to be in the turf. Lions trying to pick this one up, but unable to do so. Did a good job blocking it, but by the time he went to go try to grab it, just unable to get there. As we'll make it now 2-1. So Johnson stands at third. McDonald stands at second. With a 2-1 count up coming up here to Swenson. Colin Swenson nominated to the North Dakota Shrine Bowl, part of 3 Vikings that'll represent the 11-man East team upcoming in Mayville. This one is going to be a high hopper. That'll go to Bittner at short. And the throw across to Hoffer at first to retire the side 6-3 on the put-up. But 2 runs come across off of 3 hits. There was an error and 2 runners left on base. A new score on the Big North scoreboard as we head to the bottom of the second. It's Kindred 2, Lisbon 2 here on your liveevent.com.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
What's going on today?
I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassi Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems or working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they'll come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Call 701-636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
And to the bottom of the second inning, the Vikings will have a new pitcher on the mound. The left fielder and Kylan Swenson will come in and take the mound here. So Eli Mack will go 1 inning, 2 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and a strikeout here as Kylan will take the mound now for the Vikings. Going into left field will be the designated hitter, Brock Johnson. So he will come into the field of play now in left. Bottom of the second on the Bank North scoreboard here, and the Broncos will see the righty and Swenson, and Eli Lyons takes the ball. It's now 1-0. So Eli Lyons, Jacob Lyons, and Cam Cordero here for the Broncos, bottom of the second inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll miss for a ball. It's now 2-0. Your home for the Region 1 and Region 2 baseball tournaments is your liveevent.com. The 2-0, that'll miss. It's now 3-0. As Swenson falls behind Lyons here, the 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. It's now 3-1. As Kylan trying to work back into this at-bat. 3-1 pitch is fouled. It'll be out of the zone. It's 3-2. So a full count for Kylan Swenson as the Broncos put 2 runs up on the bottom of the first inning. Sent 7 batters to the plate. The 3-2 pitch that'll miss for a ball, and Lyons gets aboard. We'll see if we have a courtesy runner potentially coming in here for the catcher and Eli Lyons in a moment. That answer for right now is no, as coming to the plate will be Jacob Lyons. So Eli takes his lead off of first, and Kylan misses. Now it's 1-0. Broncos were able to get 2 singles back in the first inning. This one swung on a miss, jammed him, a 1-1. Able to get a runner on board again with a error, and able to get a walk as well with Elliott Welter. 1 ball, 1 strike on the way to the number 9 batter. This one will be out of the zone. It's 2-1. Both teams of the Region 1 contest on Thursday before a couple of games with the Enderlin Baseball Classic on Friday and Saturday. 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed, now 2-2. Enderlin Baseball Classic used to be a wood bat classic. Then they went a couple of years for high school baseball, 2 wood bats, so that kind of went away as a wood bat classic, and now just the normal aluminum. Here's the 2-2 pitch. A miss, it's now 3-2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count on the way here with Cam Cordero due up next. This one's going to be hit right up the middle, underneath the glove of the shortstop, McDonald. Just unfortunate there as McDonald, as he was looking for the slide, he was about a foot or 2 away from the second base to try to glove it and then possibly apply the tag to second. But now there'll be runners at first and second with nobody out here. And we eventually will get a runner coming into the game here for the Broncos as Eli Lyons will make his way back to the dugout. As Grayson will come on now, the junior. So runners at first and second with nobody out. The pitch going to be missed. It's now 1-0. Cordero struck out looking against Eli Mack back in the first. And now it's a 2-0 count on the way to Cordero. Runner at first base is Jacob Lyons. Grayson Lyons stands at second. Swenson, 2-0 missing out of the zone. It's 3-0. And the Broncos right now looking to walk the bases full potentially, and they will. Cordero with the free pass. Second one for Swenson in relief. Grayson to third. Jacob Lyons to second. And Cordero stands at first. As you'll see Coach Milbrandt coming on. I'm talking over here with Colin Swenson in the infield. What kind of play that they will put on here, depending on where the baseball goes for the Broncos. Just a simple of take the out if it's in front of you. Do you go to home, depending on the situation? We'll see what they do at the infield here for Kindred. But for Kylan Swenson, 16 pitches in relief so far. Nobody out, bases full. Broncos, bottom of the second inning. Cruz Ranke, first pitch swinging. That one will go to the third baseman who dives, makes the catch. This one hopped, and Bernier with the backhand there at first. Nice play by Sawyer Hess. The run does come in to score. The Vikings do get it out, and it's 3-2 Lisbon. So Grayson Lyons comes in to score. Jacob Lyons stands at third. Cordero at second. Cruz Ranke retired 5-3 on the putout as he's able to bring in a run. This one misses out of the zone to Jordan Bittner. It's now 1-0. Bittner 0 for 1. Reach base via the error back in the second inning. This one will be blocked in the turf. It's now 2-0. Batter number 5 here for the Broncos in the bottom of the second, as they have retaken the lead here at 3-2. This one also missing for a ball. Now 3-0. Infield in for Kindred, trying to take the runner out at home if it's in the infield. 3-0 pitch, got the green light, popped him up. Someone's going to call for it, and the first baseman drops the glove and drops it again with Bernier, as it went just between, again, the first baseman, the shortstop, and the second baseman. So Jordan Bittner will reach base via the air. Base is full. This one's going to be a a ball. It's now 1-0. So Jacob Lyons again at third. Cordero stands at second. Bittner at first. The 1-0 pitch in there for a strike to Howard. It's now 1-1. For the Broncos, great A opportunity to try to break the game open a little bit here in the second. This one's going to be hit up the left field line. That one's going to go foul and will be out of play. It's now 1-2. As Kylan Swenson takes the mound, looking for his first punch out in relief. The 1-2. This one will be fouled, and staying alive is Jaden Howard. So you got one number 7 against the other number 7 here in the box, and the other one on the mound here for the Vikings. Colton Johnson due up next. Here's the 1-2, and we'll do it all over again. Broncos sent 7 batters to the plate in the first. So far 6 here in the second. The 1-2. Hit on the ground. This one will be a C&I single right up the middle. One run comes in. A second one comes in. It's a 2 RBI single on the way here for the Broncos and Jaden Howard, as they have taken now a 5-2 lead. So 5-2, Jaden Howard gets the 2 RBIs. Coming in to score is Jacob Lyons and Cordero here. As you will see, Bittner at second, and Colton Johnson takes a ball. Johnson with a RBI single his last time up in the first. 3 runs across so far for Lisbon. This one will be off the glove of Swenson, under the glove then of McDonald into left field. Coming in to score from second. The relay is out. Over at third, being gunned down will be Jaden Howard. But Colton Johnson able to get a single, driving a run. It's now 6-2. Bittner is retired. Bittner comes in to score. Jaden Howard's retired at third. And there's 2 down with a runner at first base as Colton Johnson gets his second run driven in. Elliott Welter with a walk his last time up, as we'll have a courtesy runner here with Mouse will come on with Colton Johnson. And the Broncos with 4 runs across so far here in the second. This one fouled to the netting. It's now 0-1. For the Vikings, top half of the third, it'll be 2, 3, and 4 batters, with Graham Hess leading it off in the top half of the third inning here for Kindred. There's the 0-1 by Swenson. This is fisted down the third base line. The third baseman in Sawyer Hess giving some good chase, but that'll go foul. It's now 0-2. As taking his lead off of first is Mouse here for the Broncos. Swenson works from the stretch. 0-2 off speed. That'll be a ball. It's now 1-2. The 1-2. That'll miss low. Make the count full at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch number 34 here for Swenson in the second. I'll work the count full. It's now 3-2, so the runner will leave early. With Mouse at first. Bernier holding him on to keep him close. The 3-2 pitch. This one is going to be hit in the air. Playable to the left fielder as Brock Johnson comes underneath it to retire the side. A fly out to the left fielder, but the Lisbon Broncos put 4 runs up here in the second. And we got a new score on the Big North scoreboard. It's Lisbon 6, Kindred 2 on yourliveevent.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
For the Lisbon Broncos, 4 runs on 3 hits. There was an error and a runner left on base in the bottom of the second inning. The Broncos with a 6-2 lead as we head to the top of the third. So far, Colton Johnson on the mound, 2 innings of work, 3 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and a strikeout. And he has thrown 42 pitches in 2 innings as Graham Hess batting for the second time here today for the Vikings. This one will hit him. And for the Vikings, leadoff runner gets aboard here in the third. As Sawyer Hess grounded out to the first baseman Hoffer, 3 unassisted to retire the side back in the first inning. As Graham Hess takes his lead off of first here for Kindred. Colton Johnson, able to throw a strike. It's now 0-1. For those of you that are just joining us, game number 1 went to the Lisbon Broncos 5-2. Able to have the same record now for Kindred in the region at 4 wins and 2 losses. 0-1 pitch is going to be hit down the right field line as Reinke comes across and right on the fair foul line makes the catch. Nice little stretch by Reinke right on the fair foul line, almost like a runner trying to get to the final stretch of a 100-meter dash and make that stretch down the line. Sawyer Hess is retired on the fly, and then there's 1 down. Getty with a single his last time up, a run scored and a stolen base back in the second. Runner's going to go. Getty's going to take one. And easily getting to second base here is Graham. So Graham able to get into scoring position here, and Getty will work with a hitter's count now at 1-0. Johnson looks back the runner at second. The pitch will miss the zone. It's 2-0. Pitch. That'll miss. 3-0 on the way. So the runner at second base again is Hess. That's Graham. We'll see what Getty gets with a 3-0 count upcoming. And Getty will take a 4-pitch walk. So a hit batter, a free pass here to Getty, and the Vikings will have runners at first and second. In the top half of the third is Max Bernier. 0-for-1 in game number 2 with a strikeout back in the second inning. Vikings knocking on the door here in the third. First pitch swinging, this one foul back, it's 0-1. Speaking of the Vikings, they have the NFL draft upcoming from Lambeau Field. That'll be on Thursday. April, a fun time of the year if you're a sports fan, from the Masters, the Frozen Four, Final Four, start of the baseball season. A lot of stuff when it just comes to sports in the month of April. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner at first base again is Getty. Graham Hess at second. Here comes Colton Johnson with the 1-1. This is going to be hit right to the third baseman. A chance to double him up. And they'll get the 1 out as that went to Jacob Lyons on a line drive out. Max Bernier retired. Able to get back as Graham Hess, and there's 2 down. As Brady will come up to the plate. A single with a run scored and a stolen base. His last time up in the second. 2 down here in the third for the Vikings. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Baumgarten here for the Vikings, the sophomore center fielder. Here comes Johnson. That'll miss for a ball. It's 1-1. As the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch upcoming here to Brady. Off speed in there for a strike. It's 1-2. These two teams have played football against one another. Well, for next year, Kindred will be moving up to 2A. Broncos will stay in 1A, so they will not see each other on the gridiron coming up in the fall. 1-2 pitch. This one is popped up and playable. Johnson calling everybody off and able to retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left. A hit batter and a walk goes awry here for the Vikings in the top of the third as we make our way to the bottom half. It's still a 6-2 Bronco lead with Lisbon coming to the plate.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Bottom of the third inning we go. Bottom of the lineup due up here for the Lisbon Broncos. They're 7, 8, and 9 batters. Jackson Hoffer, Eli Lyons, and Jacob Lyons upcoming here for the Lisbon Broncos. Lisbon, 2 runs in the first, 4 runs in the second. Well, for the Vikings, 2 runs in the second inning. And that's where our current score stands at 6-2 in favor of the Lisbon Broncos. Update from Target Field, the Twins have a lead. Bottom of the 5th, it's 2-1 Minnesota against the Chicago White Sox. Bottom of the 5th, again, for the Twins. This one will miss in the turf. It's now 1-0. Get up the first and third base lines. The new turf here in Kindred, the same with at the plate. Able to walk up there. This one will miss for a ball. It's now 2-0. We'll see a lot more fields, not necessarily go all turf, but when it comes to baseball, for sure the mound and the home plate around the region, as this one misses out of the zone. It's now 3-0. Lisbon looking to do something similar with their home plate. 3-0 pitch. It'll be a 4-pitch walk. And Colin Swenson has his third free pass here for the Broncos. Eli Lyons comes up to the plate now here for Lisbon. And we'll see Concordia a few years ago now have their entire infield turfed when it comes to the collegiate side of things. This one will be missing for a ball. It's now 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes on the way with Hoffer standing at first base. As Swenson throws, and this one is a strike now, 1-1. And from there, when it comes to baseball, softball, probably starting to see some more. If you're going to turf and you get the whole field to turf, softball is definitely what we've been able to see, particularly at the collegiate level, seeing University of North Dakota and their brand new digs up at Albrecht Field at UND. We will able to be up there later this summer in June for the Shield Softball All-Star Series, which will be in Grand Forks and in Minot. 2-1 pitch is hit in the air. That'll go into the gap. The left fielder here in Brock Johnson calls everybody off. There's one down. The runner at first has had a chance to get a double play, and he's going to be out. He thought there was 2 down, and Jackson Hoffer is going to be retired for the double play. So Brock Johnson got it into McDonald. McDonald then throws it to Bernier, and there's a twin killing. So 7-6-1 on the double play, and there's 2 down, and that one is just going to be a mental miscue here for the Broncos in the bottom of the third. So miss for a ball. Now it's 1-0. You can just tell with Jackson Hoffer as he was making his way, thought it was the end of the inning. And by the time he realized it, tried to get back quickly, and Vikings got it in, and they get 2 down, and now there's a 2-0 count on the way here to Jacob Lyons. 2 down here in the third inning. This one is going to be hit up the third baseline foul. It's now 2-1. Top of the fourth for the Vikings. They'll send their 7, 8, and 9 batters going up against Colton Johnson with Carter Gronwald to lead things off in the fourth. 2-1 in there for a strike. It's 2-2. So 2s are wild here in the third. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Swenson. This one is fouled back, and we'll keep it at a 2-2 count. Back to the top of the lineup with Cordero again here for the Broncos. If Jacob Lyons can get to first. 2-2 will miss. They'll make it 3-2. Second inning of relief here for Kylan Swenson. 3-2 pitch. That'll miss for a ball. His fourth walk, and there's a runner on here for the Broncos. As Cordero struck out in the first, walked with a run scored back in the second. This one will miss for a ball. Now it's 1-0. And as you go through the rest of the week for both of these teams, a good chunk of baseball to be had. The Broncos have 2 games on Thursday, and then the Enderlin Baseball Classic on Friday as this one is fouled. It's 1-1. Well, for the Vikings, they will have a game at Oak Grove on Thursday, then have a game Friday for the Enderlin Classic and a game Saturday as well in Enderlin. We'll have those for you on yourliveevent.com. 1-1 pitch, missing for a ball. It's now 2-1. Both starters in game number 1 did what they needed to do with McDonald and Bittner going the distance. 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. It's now 2-2. Runner at first base again is Jacob Lyons, and Swenson works with a 2-2 count. This one is fouled, and we'll keep it here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch number 56 for Swenson in relief upcoming. 2-2 pitch is going to be hit in the air. That's into the gap into right, and the right fielder and Getty able to get there for the out. It's a loud out, but no runs come across for the Broncos as we head to the top of the fourth. It's still a 6-2 lead here for Lisbon on the Bank North scoreboard.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Top of the fourth inning we go. 7, 8, 9 batters here for the Vikings upcoming. Scudder Grunwald is coming to the plate here for Kindred to open things up in the fourth. Colton Johnson on for his fourth inning of work. Sees this one in the turf. It'll miss. Now 1-0. As we alluded to earlier, these two teams have played for many seasons when it comes to football, with the Vikings making their way to 2A next season. This one also missing in the turf. It's 2-0. Carter so far with a run driven in, a single back in the second. First game of the season for high school football will be August 29th for the Vikings hosting the Devils Lake Firebirds. Then September the 5th, they'll take the short drive to Horace and contend with the West Fargo Horace Hawks. As West Fargo Horace went to 3A after winning the state championship in AA last season. St. Mary's, Jamestown, Red River, Central South, Wahpeton, and finishing off the season with Central Cass on October the 24th will be the Kindred schedule. So some new teams that the Vikings haven't seen on the gridiron coming up here this fall. 3-1 pitch will be a 4-pitch walk here for the freshman. As Grunwald gets aboard for the second time, that'll be the fourth free pass here for Johnson. We'll see if the Vikings can capitalize on it here. Moving forward as Brock Johnson with a walk his last time up. Worked the count full in the second. There's going to be some different teams that the Broncos will also see for football this season. They will play Botno for their season opener on the 22nd. Square off with Park River then during the Ransom County affair that'll be making its way to Lisbon. Games with Northern Cass. Oaks will continue. The Burrows. Sargent County goes from 9-man to 11A as the Bulldogs are back in 11-man coming up this season. 0-1 pitch is going to be grounded up the third base line. That'll go foul. Same for the Mayport CG Patriots. They will be in 11A coming up here in the fall. And Valley City goes from 2A to 1A upcoming here for the Lisbon Broncos. That'll be a look at the Broncos schedule as well when it comes to high school football. No balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first and Grunwald. This is going to be hit on a one-hopper past the shortstop Bittner into left center field. And the Vikings have runners at first and second here to begin things off in the fourth. Also, something new coming up here in the fall will be high school volleyball will be going 3 divisions. So that'll look very similar to what basketball has looked like the last couple of years. So volleyball with Lisbon and Kindred will be in Division A next season and look, again, very similar to what basketball has looked like the last 2 seasons. This one looking to bunt. This will be in the air. Sprung attempt by Alliance. Can't get it. It's an opportunity for Johnson, and the runner is thrown out anyway at third base. Staying put was Grunwald. Grunwald didn't want to get doubled off at second after you saw Eli Alliance try to Superman that one. Colton Johnson then picks up the ball, throws it to the third baseman. So it'll be a reach on a fielder's choice. Grunwald is retired. Brock Johnson moves to second. And there's a one down here in the first inning. When that one just doesn't go on the ground, everybody freezes. And by the time that one came down, Grunwald was just too late to try to get to third safely. This will be in the turf. Blocked by Eli Lyons as Kylan Swenson 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts. Takes ball number 1. So Brock Johnson again at second. McDonald at first. The 1-0 pitch. This one missing for a ball. It's now 2-0. So one down here, and if you're the Lisbon Broncos, you'll take the out. If you're Kindred, you like to move them up 90 feet. But again, if you're just unable to get that one bunted on the ground instead of a pop-up, it changes the dynamics of a base runner. But regardless, still got a chance with a 3-0 pitch. Swenson going to take all the way here for a strike. It's now 3-1. As he was bluffing the bunt. Graham Hess on the on-deck circle. One down here in the fourth. And that'll be a strike. Now 3-2. Pitch number 71 upcoming here for Colton Johnson, top of the fourth. Full count. 3-2 pitches fouled off, and Swenson will see pitch number 7 of the at-bat upcoming. This is going to be hit and past the third baseman's glove into left field. Coming in to score is Brock Johnson. The left fielder, Howard, able to get it in quickly. It's a double for Kylan Swenson, and it's 6-3 here on the top of the fourth. A ringing double on the way for Kylan Swenson. Howard did a good job getting that ball in quickly. It's an extra base hit for the Vikings. Brock Johnson comes in to score. McDonald goes first to third. Swenson with the run driven in. The Vikings are down by 3 with runners in scoring position. Hess sees this one. It's going to be tried to backhand, and where that baseball was forced McDonald to stay put at third as Eli Lyons backhanded it right to home plate. But now it's 1-0. Hitters count here for Graham. 0 for 1 today. Was hit by a pitch in the third with a stolen base. Swenson stands at second. McDonald again at third. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. It's now 1-1. One ball, one strike. Here to Hess. In there for a strike. It's now 1-2. And Northern Cass completes a sweep of Central Cass. We'll get to that final here in a moment. For game number 2, the 1-2. Now 2-2. Northern Cass defeats Central Cass in game number 2, 7-0. Jacob Ossie with 6 shutout innings. Trey Huzar with a 2-run homer after Huzar threw a one-hitter shutout in game number 1, 8-0. So Northern Cass gets by Central Cass as this one is a high fly ball hit down the left field line. Howard is there, able to make the catch, relays it back in. It's a productive out for the Vikings. It'll be a sacrifice fly for Graham Hess. And the Vikings are back within 2. So a sacrifice fly here for Kindred. McDonald comes in to score from third. Run driven in here for Hess. And now you have Sawyer Hess up to the plate, and can the Vikings have some 2-out magic here in the top of the fourth? This is going to be hit in the air, and that'll be to the right fielder, Ranke. Ranke with the relay in, throws across and hopping over the catcher, but he is safe. They're going to call him safe the entire way. Coming in to score is going to be Kylan Swenson as Swenson hopped the catcher, and Eli Lyons, who was trying to apply the tag. The throw by Ranke beat Kylan Swenson at home. Swenson hurdled Eli Lyons, and Sawyer Hess able to get the RBI base knock and make it a 6-5 contest as the umpiring crew will talk it over here with Gareth Hansen and Cale Hamry to see if there was enough from where Cale was, to see if there was enough of a tag applied before the particulars. As Cale and Gareth will talk it over here and see if there's anything called an out or if it's safe. Right now it stands as it's a safe call at home plate to make it a 6-5 contest. Give Kylan Swenson, he was going to about ready to dive, and then by the time where he saw the catcher by Eli Lyons coming up the third base line, made the opportunity to hurdle the catcher, and then Eli just couldn't apply the tag quick enough And a run comes in, so 3 runs across here in the 4th, and the tying run stands at second base here with Sawyer. Breaking ball in there for a strike as Getty will take this one for a strike. Single with a run scored back in the 2nd and walked in the 3rd. Johnson fires on the outside for a ball. It's now 1-1. Pitch count starting to climb here for Colton Johnson as well. This is pitch number 82. It's now 3-1. I make it 2-1. But 3 runs across here for the Vikings in the top of the 4th inning. The 2-1 pitch. Hit in the air. That'll die in front of the left fielder. Hess is coming in from 3rd. Here's the throw by Howard, going to be cut off. And it's a RBI single for Carson Getty, and we're tied at 6 apiece. And we are tied on the Bank North scoreboard here in the top of the 4th inning as the hit break continues here for the Vikings. Coming in to score as Sawyer has his first run of the game. Carson Getty delivers the goods, and we're tied at 6 apiece as Brad Bittner will come onto the mound. 8th batter to the plate here with Max Bernier in the inning. We'll see if we get a pitching change, and it looks like we will. We'll let you know the defensive changes when we return here from Kindred on your liveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
You don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
Well, coming into pitch will be Cameron Cordero, now the second baseman, as he will go from second to pitcher. The pitcher and Colton Johnson will go to 3rd, and the third baseman, Jacob Lyons, now will go to 2nd. Colton Johnson, 3 2/3 innings, as 3 2/3 innings again worked here for Colton Johnson. Gave up a single, and a double here in this inning as well. So he's got 7 hits across. There is an error that was back in the 2nd. And he's on the hook for Carson Getty, who stands at first base right now, as Cordero will come on here for the Kindred Vikings. And Max Bernier. Bernier 0 for 2 with a line drive out his last time up to the third baseman, which was now the second baseman in Jacob Lyons. This one missing for a ball. It's 1-0. 8th batter of the inning here for Kindred. They put 4 runs across so far in the top of the 4th. Big play not going to be in time. Game that started back nearly an hour and 15 minutes ago here in Kindred. Midway through this one, runner leads off of first and Getty. Here's the 1-0. That'll miss. This one will get all the way to the backstop on the wild pitch, as Getty will get into scoring position now and make his way towards second base. So Bernier trying to do what Getty, Hess, Kyle, and Swenson have done, put one in the outfield. Let's see if he can get a teammate to run for a while. This one swung on a miss. It's now 2-1. Second part of the Region 1 doubleheader. Both games counting towards your region record here in contest play. 2-1. That'll miss. Now 3-1. Cordero. 3-1 pitch. in their fourth strike. It's 3-2. Here's the 3-2 offering on the way. Swung on a miss, and Cordero comes in and gets the strikeout, but not before the Kindred Vikings able to plate 4 runs across here in the top of the 4th inning. We make our way to the bottom of the 4th with the Broncos coming back to the plate.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Colton Johnson again goes 3 2/3 innings for the Lisbon Broncos. 4 hits in the 4th, all assessed to him. So 7 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks, a hit batter, and 1 strikeout for Johnson in 3 2/3. As now we head to the bottom half of the inning. First pitch swinging is Ranky. 2, 3, and 4 batters due up here for the Broncos. Ranky, Bittner, and Howard. Kylan Swenson on for his 3rd inning of work for the Vikings. This is going to be hit up the third base line, but that'll go foul. It'll be now 0-2 as Sawyer Hess was charging there at third. Vikings 2 runs across in the second, 4 in the top half of the frame. For the Broncos, 2 runs in the bottom half of the first and 4 in inning number 2. Ranky 1 of 2 today. Swenson fastball out of the zone. It's 1-2. Gareth Hansen calling balls and strikes. Hamry is in the infield for a 2-man umpiring crew here in this one. 1-2 pitch. Hit up the left field line. That'll go foul on the sidewalk. Brock Johnson now the left fielder. Baumgarten at center with Getty in right. We'll get to the infield here after this pitch. 1-2 on the way for Swenson. That'll miss now. 2-2. Graham Hess, the catcher, with Bernier at first. Grunwald at second. McDonald at short, and Sawyer Hess at third. Here's the 2-2 pitch by Swenson. That'll be out of the zone. It's 3-2. Kylan 4 walks, 0 strikeouts in relief. Looking for his first punch out here. Instead, we'll get ahead 0-2 on Ranky. 4 straight balls, and it'll be the 5th free batter here by Swenson in relief. And the Broncos get a runner on here in the bottom of the 4th. Jordan Bittner comes up to the plate. Ranky takes his lead from first. First pitch swinging, that'll go right back up the middle. It's going to be a single on the way here, and the center fielder brings it back in. As Bittner 1 pitch, 1 hit. And the Broncos wasting little time here in the bottom of the 4th inning to try to take the lead back with the runners at first and second now. With Jaden Howard coming to the plate. Howard first pitch swinging. Swung on and missed. Now it's 0-1. Howard reached base via the error back in the first. Got a single in the second. 2 RBIs driven in so far here in this one. A high fly ball that'll be hit down the left field line. Brock Johnson giving chase, but that'll go foul. A loud strike down the left field line. It's 0-2. So Swenson, what does he throw here after a loud strike number 2? Here's the 0-2. Off speed. Got him on a grounder. Hess comes in at third. Fires across the diamond. Backhanded by Bernier. Not in time. And it's an infield single. As Ranky will take third. Jordan Bittner will take second, and Jaden Howard hustling up the first base line will have the bases full here for the Broncos. And the pitch. First pitch swinging on the way is Colton Johnson as he hits this one to left. Brock Johnson comes in underneath it, fires, and this one will get past the cutoff. Run comes in to score. Bittner goes from second to third on the throw with the air, and that'll make it now a 7-6 contest with one down here in the fourth. So Colton Johnson able to get his third run driven in. Bittner will make his way towards third base. Runners at first and third right now with one down here in the fourth inning, and the Broncos have retaken the lead at 7-6. Runner going to make his way down, and this one will get into center as you see Howard get to second base. Runner will come in to score with Jordan Bittner after Howard comes in. So he gets the stolen base. The throw will go into center. And coming in then would be Jordan Bittner on that throw to make it now an 8-6 contest. This one will come in and be a swung on a miss for a strike. There's a runner from second base here in Howard. This one will miss for a ball. As Swenson looks back the runner. This one is going to be a little, check swing, and that hits the runner, so the runner is out in Jaden Howard as it hits him right in front of McDonald. So there'll be two down now here in the inning as it's an 8-6 contest with the runner at first base. So Welter will reach base here at first as Swenson looks in. This one will miss for a ball. It's now 1-0 to Jackson Hoffer. Hoffer with a walk on 4 pitches back in the third. Line drive out to Bernier at first. This one swung on a miss. It's now 1-1. Batter number 6 of the inning here for the Broncos as they've regained the advantage here at 8-6. So far through these two games, it's either been a Lisbon lead or been tied. The Vikings have yet to have a lead here tonight against Lisbon. The 2-1. That will be out of the zone. Now 3-1 with the runner at first and Elliott Welter. 3-1 pitch. That'll be in the turf. Welter will take second base. Hoffer will handle it at first. And runners will be at first and second with 2 down here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Eli Lyons with a walk. Grayson Lyons came in to score for him back in the second, and he hit into a double play in the third. This one in there for a strike. It's only one, not your traditional double play. A fly out to the left fielder, Brock Johnson, when Jackson Hoffer thought it was 2 down in the inning. Then get tagged up at first base for the second out in the third. This one will be no balls, 2 strikes on the way here to the catcher. And Swenson gets ahead of the Bronco batter as top of the 5th inning for the Vikings. They'll be sending 6, 7, and 8 batters to the plate. This one's going to be a tough play right in front of the mound. Coming this one will be a nice play for Graham Hess. Able to field this position nicely. 2-1 on the putout. But the Lisbon Broncos put 2 runs up here in the fourth as we have a new score. It's now 8-6 Lisbon here on your liveevent.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Top of the fifth inning for the Kindred Vikings. 6, 7, and 8 batters. Brady, Carter, and Brock due up here for Kindred. As you'll see, Cordero finishing off the fourth inning with a strikeout of Max Bernier. So far, a third of an inning here for Cordero as he continues to take the mound here in the fifth inning. As the Lisbon Broncos and the Kindred Vikings able to see softball in their respective towns. As much as high school baseball was discussed with Lisbon getting a varsity program, the same when it came to softball. Head coach Brad Bittner used to coach traveling softball for the Lisbon Broncos from the summer programs and made his way over to the baseball side for the last few seasons, or I should say since he has had his couple of sons. So it's been a good 15 years or so here for Brad, from Legion to Babe Ruth to now high school here for Bittner. As Cordero comes on, fires and throws. Baumgartner here is one of two with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored here tonight in game number 2. This one runs in at the hands. It's now 1-1, but seeing the Lisbon program field their own softball team, part of 2 new teams here in Region 1 this season, with the Oaks, Foreman, and Gwinner co-op as well. 1-1 pitch, foul back. It's now 1-2. All roads eventually lead to the north side of Fargo here for the final weekend of May 29th through the 31st for the State Class B baseball and softball tournaments this season. Here's the 1-2 offering by Cordero. Off speed, that'll miss. It's 2-2. Region 1 softball tournament this year, and Castleton Region 1 baseball tournament at Starion Field. Then the championship series, as normal, goes to the highest seed remaining. It's now 3-2, and Northern Cass right now firmly in control of the Region 1 standings after sweeping Central Cass earlier tonight. 3-2 pitch, that'll miss, and it's a full pitch walk here for Brady. As Cordero will have his first free pass. As you'll see, Carter Grunwald. Central Cass with 3 Region 1 losses after getting swept. So the winner of this game will be in second place in the region after tonight. And the loser of this game will pick up their 3rd region loss and be in 4th place, as Central Cass holds a tiebreaker currently with both the Vikings and the Broncos. As Carter Grunwald with a single back in the 2nd, walked in the 4th. Runner stays put. The pitch will miss out of the zone. It's now 1-0. But again, Northern Cass right now in control of their own destiny to try to be the Region 1 number 1 seed, as they will have not just one, but a 2-game lead on top of that. They will also have currently, as sliding back in safely as Brady by a hand, they also have the tiebreakers as it stands right now with both the Vikings and the Broncos as well. If one of these two teams makes a run here in the month of April into May. Runner's going to go to second base, sliding in. The tag by Bittner, can't apply it, as Brady's able to get into scoring position with his 2nd stolen base of the evening, and there's a runner at second. So 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out here in a 1-1 count. Again here to Grunwald. Cordero, 3rd pitcher here tonight for the Broncos, sees this one fouled. It's 1-2. Jordan Bittner, 7 innings of work, 3 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts. Picked up the win in Game 1. Colton Johnson went 3 2/3 earlier here in Game 2. The 1-2 by Cordero, that'll be out of the zone. It's now 2-2. And once you get to games like the Interland Baseball Classic, it's 90 minutes, 5 innings. It might give some chances to some other kids to take them out, as this one is going to get by the catcher. Going to 3rd base here will be Brady. He scampers up 90 feet away from home plate. So 3 balls, 2 strikes here to Grunwald after the wild pitch by Cordero, and you'll see Brock Johnson due up next. get the leadoff batter aboard with a walk, get a stolen base, wild pitch, and just like that, standing at third with nobody out here in the top of the fifth. Hit in the air. That'll go to the left fielder, Howard. Howard is there. Here's the throw by Howard. Hits the relay, Bittner, and can't be in time. It's a sacrifice fly as Grunwald does his job as Brady comes in to score. Baumgartner comes in to score. It's now 8-7 here in the top of the fifth inning with the one down. Well, if you're going to have an out, make it productive, especially when you're trailing. That's what Carter was able to do for his second run driven in. As now it goes to Brock Johnson. Johnson takes a strike, gets 0-1. Brock with a walk in the second, singled in the fourth with a run scored as well. Cordero, pitch number 20 in relief. This will be hit right back up the middle to Bittner. Bittner then sees this one, he'll eat him up. Be an error on the shortstop. And the tying run is at first base here with Brock Johnson. It's Jack McDonald. Comes to the plate here for the Vikings in the top of the fifth inning. And if you're just joining us, this is a makeup game from earlier in the month in Lisbon, which is why the Vikings at home are the visitors on the scoreboard in game number 2. And sliding back in on the pick attempt is Johnson, and why the Broncos are the home team in the second game. Brock Johnson stands at first. McDonald takes a ball. That's now 1-0. Jack with a run scored back in the fourth as reach base on a fielder's choice. One runner across so far for Kindred here in the top half of the fifth. That'll miss. This one gets by Eli Lyons, enough to allow the runner to get into scoring position. Brock Johnson saw that one get by Eli just enough. And now you have a runner in scoring position and a hitter's count for McDonald at 2 balls and no strikes. Vikings trying to see if they can tie this one up again, but now in the fifth. In there for a strike, it's 2-1. You almost see a tie ball game at 2, a tie ball game at 6. Broncos score 2 runs in the fourth. Kindred so far 1 run here in the fifth. That'll miss low. It's now 3-1. Then back to the top of the lineup with Kylan Swenson on the on-deck circle. 3-1 pitch upcoming for Cordero. That'll go all the way to the backstop. It'll be a walk on top of that on the wild pitch. Will allow Brock Johnson to get to third. And there's still 1 down in the top of the fifth inning. As Brad Bittner's going to call for a time here with Kylan Swenson coming up to the plate. An RBI base knock his last time up in the fourth with a run scored as well. We'll see if Cordero is done. It looks like Cordero will be coming out here and will make another pitching change for the Broncos in the top of the fifth inning. I'll let you know who the new pitcher is coming up next on yourliveevent.com.
Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Cordero goes 2/3 of an inning, a strikeout of Max Bernier, a walk with Baumgarten, who comes in to score on the sacrifice fly by Gronwald. Then you got an error with Brock Johnson where he stands at third base after Bittner had the air again at short, and then the Jack McDonald walk. So 1 strikeout, 2 walks, a run that was earned, and he's on the hook for the runners at first and third right now as Jacob Lyons will make his way around the horn where he's played third, second, and now he's going to be pitching here for the Broncos. This will be the third pitcher of the game for Lisbon. Back to the top of the lineup with Kylan Swenson. Swenson again 1 of 3 today with a run driven in back in the 4th inning. Tying run 90 feet away. Go-ahead run stands 270 feet away at first base. But if you're the Vikings, this is a grade A opportunity here in the top of the 5th inning. Righty-righty matchup. First batter here for Lions that he is seen again on the mound in relief. Pitch will be in there for a strike. It's now 0-1 to Swenson. His Lions. We'll see from the stretch. Looks back the runner at first. Comes in. He will step off here. Now will be and keep it at 0-1. In a situation like this with the runner sometimes at first base, especially a new pitcher, sometimes you make a move like that where it can get close to being called as a balk and bring in the run from third. As you'll see this, again with McDonald at first base, the runner at third and Brock Johnson. This one, potential squeeze play, making their way to second, but going back to third. As you saw Colton Johnson scamper down third, so you got some room to work with if you're Brock Johnson to see the play in front of you. Jack McDonald able to get into scoring position, no throw down, and now runners at second and third. The infield will come in. 2 balls, no strikes on the way here to Swenson. And Kylan takes a strike, gets 2-1. So base knock here to the outfield would definitely bring in 1. Looking to bring in 2 here for Kylan. 2-1 pitches foul back, 2-2. Or at least trying to do what Gronwald did earlier in the inning and have a sacrifice fly be a productive out and tie this game at 8 apiece. 2 balls, 2 strikes as Lyons looks in. Jacob with the pitch. Off speed, out of the zone, it works the count full to 3-2. Three-two pitch. This is going to be hit in the air. That's to the right fielder, Ranke. Ranke able to come underneath it. The throw going to home is not going to be in time as it gets past the catcher, Eli Lyons, just enough to apply the tag. Couldn't complete it as he was looking to gun down Brock Johnson. So Johnson will come in to score as he looks to apply the tag. The ball came out. That's a sacrifice fly for Swenson. Nice throw by Ranke, able to give it to Eli Lyons, but as Lyons went to apply the tag, the ball came out of his glove. So it's a second run driven in for Swenson. And now we have an 8-8 ball game with 2 down here in the top of the 5th, and the runner at third base now is McDonald. As Hess comes to the plate, first pitch swinging, hits this one. This will be trouble, and that'll be past the center fielder. It's an RBI single for Graham Hess, and the Vikings have taken a 9-8 lead. It's 9-8 now for the Vikings. And the buck is done on Cordero. He'll give up 3 runs on 2/3 of an inning. Lions will pick up a base knock here, and it's a 9-8 lead. First lead for Kindred here on this Tuesday. As Graham Hess able to get the single, Sawyer Hess to the plate will work with a 1-0 count. And Graham gets his second run driven into the game as well. So Jacob Lyons looks back the runner. Here's the 1-0. Sliding back in is Graham Hess after the pick attempt. 2 down here in the inning, but 3 runs across so far for the Vikings. This one swung, not foul tipped. That'll allow Hess on the pass ball to make his way towards second base. So 1 ball and 1 strike now with 2 down here in the top of the 5th, and the Vikings with another runner in scoring position. 1-1. That'll be out of the zone and make it now 2-1. A game where runs have found its way for both teams. Able to put up a couple of multiple innings of scoring 2 runs or more. For the Vikings, this is their 3rd. For Lisbon, they've scored at least 3 innings of 2 runs or more. 2-2 pitches hit in the air. That's to the left fielder who comes in trying to make the sliding catch, and Howard unable to do so. Run comes in from second base off on a 2-out count. Graham Hess comes in to score. Sawyer Hess trying to get to third, and he is out. But Graham Hess will come in to score. Sawyer gets an RBI base knock, and then he is retired by the center fielder Welter, who makes a nice throw to Colton Johnson to retire the side, but not before the Kindred Vikings are able to get a couple more runs across to make it a 10-8 contest here on YourLiveEvent.com with 4 runs in the 5th.
I will be your guiding light, 'cause you don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
At Stock Growers Bank in Lisbon, let them turn your dreams into reality and help watch them grow. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith will give you a tailored solution to fit your unique requests. From farming, buying a new home, or investing in your future, he has you covered. Stock Growers Bank celebrating 125 years of banking in your local communities. For more information, call Wyatt at 701-683-5000. Stock Growers Bank, where your success is their top priority. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
As we make our way to the bottom of the 5th inning, 10-8 is your score. Well, the new pitcher coming on with Brock Johnson. So Kylan Swenson able to go 3 innings of work, 5 hits during his stretch. 6 runs come across. There were 6 walks and 0 strikeouts for Kylan again in 3 innings of work. As Brock Johnson now will come on from left field. Swenson will make his way back to left field. For the Vikings, 4 runs in the 5th inning, 2 hits. There was an error and no runners left on base. Cordero has given up 3 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout in 2/3 innings of work. And Jacob Lyons, 2/3 innings of work right now, currently has 2 hits, a run that is earned against him. Region 1 baseball today. The question is, will 10 runs be enough in this game for the Vikings and the Lisbon Broncos, or might you need just a hair more in this contest here in the bottom of the 5th inning? On the Bank North scoreboard, they've been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see what values-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank. That again is banknorth.bank. As the Lisbon Broncos, Jacob Lyons, Cordero, and Ranky. This one will miss for a ball. It's now 1-0, 9-1 and 2 batters. Swung on and miss. It's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike on the way here to Jacob. There's Brock Johnson. Fires in there a strike. It's now 1-2. As the wind has calmed down here this evening in Kindred. It's been in low 60s for most of the evening. This is foul back to the netting, and we'll keep it at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Perfect evening, though, in April. 55 degrees right now. Here's the 1-2 offering. That'll miss. Now 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 5th inning. Vikings pitching with the lead for the first time here tonight. 2-2, that'll miss and make the count full at 3-2. That's Brock Johnson. 3-2 pitch. Strike three looking. That'll be the second strikeout for the Vikings pitching staff. The first since the first batter with Cordero in the bottom of the first inning. And there's one down here in the bottom of the fifth. As Cordero steps up to the plate. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. You'll see this miss for a ball. It's 1-0. So 1 ball on the way. 1-0 pitch. That misses for a ball. It's 2-0. As Brock Johnson with a 2-0 pitch. I'll miss to make it now 3-0. Three-0 pitch. In there for a strike. Brock will be looking to do more of that here, not just in this at-bat, but throughout the course of his relief appearance. Here's the 3-1. That'll miss for a ball. And Johnson with the free pass. That'll be the 8th walk of the game here for the Vikings pitching staff in this second game of our doubleheader. So runner at first base is Cordero, being held on by Bernier. Cruz Ranke with a single and a walk so far in this one. And a grounder to the second inning. Is that one missing for a ball? It's 1-0. Ranke with a run scored and a run driven in as well. 1-0 missing. It's now 2-0. Minnesota Twins up 4-1 in the top of the ninth. As Trevor Larnach hit a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th inning against the Chicago White Sox. This one missing. It's now 3-0. With one down is Brock Johnson. Takes a breath on the mound here and trying to recollect himself. Down 3-0 on the count. That'll miss. 4-pitch walk. 9 pitches. 8 balls. Back-to-back balls. Or back-to-back free passes here for Brock Johnson. The Lisbon Broncos have the tying run at first base and the go-ahead run at the plate here for Lisbon. Jordan Bittner, first pitch swinging his last time up, got a single right up to center. Bittner will take a ball. It's 1-0. So after a strikeout, a pair of walks, and the Broncos with a runner at second in Cordero, Ranke with his second walk of the game 2. Sees this one will be by Bittner, and this will get into the second baseman. And a nice play on the way by Gronwald there to glove that one to keep the runner in Cordero from thinking about possibly going home. But it will be an infield single on the way for Bittner, and the bases are full of Broncos here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Cordero at third, Ranke at second, Bittner at first as Howard comes up to the plate. Howard takes a strike, gets 0-1. Howard with a couple of runs driven in so far here in game 2. 2 singles and a run scored as well back in the first. 0-1 in there for a strike. It's now 0-2. Bases full of Broncos and nowhere to put Howard. Lisbon down by 2, bottom of the 5th. 0-2 is fouled, and staying alive here will be Jaden. Brock Johnson looking for out number 2 here in the inning. Well, this has been part of the lineup that the Broncos have made some damage. 0-2 pitch going to be hit on the ground. That'll be foul up the third base side. Miss Cordero trying to see that one in front of him here. We've already seen one Bronco earlier today get out where the ball hit the runner, going from second to third. Asking for time is Howard as he will step out of the batter's box here. Here's the 0-2 offering upcoming from Brock. Strike 3, went through the zone. Yes, he did. And there's 2 down here in the 5th. Johnson gets his second strikeout, a large punch out at that. And now Colton Johnson, 3 runs driven in so far today for Johnson. In game number 2, that is. He takes a strike, a sacrifice fly in the 4th, a single back in the 2nd as well. No balls, 1 strike here for Brock. This one in there for a strike. It's 0-2. And just as he did with Jaden Howard, Brock Johnson working ahead. No balls, 2 strikes here to Colton Johnson. The 0-2 pitch. That'll miss outside. It's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs here. Bases full. The Broncos again in the 5th. 1-2, and Johnson able to get back-to-back punch-out, strikes out the side, and leaves the bases full here in the 5th inning. No runs off of 1 hit. There were no errors and 3 runners left on base as Brock Johnson gets a scoreless bottom half of the 5th with the Vikings coming to the plate in the 6th here on your liveevent.com.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartments. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
So Brock Johnson again able to get the out, and how big was the play by Grunwald to keep that one in the infield and not allow the ball to get to right. With Cordero's speed, he stayed put at third base. If that one gets underneath the glove of Grunwald, might have sent the runner, and who knows what would have happened at home. But regardless, Brock Johnson, back-to-back strikeouts of Howard and Johnson to leave the bases full. No runs a hit, no errors, and 3 runners left on base as we head to the top of the 6th inning for the Vikings. It'll be the heart of the order. 4, 5, and 6 batters, Getty, Bernier, and from there, Baumgarten here for the Kindred Vikings. Game that's nearing the 2-hour mark as we make our way to the top of the 6th inning. This one missing for a ball. Jacob Lyons on in relief. 3rd pitcher that we've seen today here for the Broncos in game number 2. Getty, 2 singles and a walk with a run scored and a run driven in. For the junior here in this one. 2 balls, no strikes as Getty has a hitter's count here for the Vikings. This one will miss for a ball. It's now 3-0. Here's the 3-0 pitch on the way. That'll be a 4-pitch walk, and Getty will take a free bag as he gets aboard here for Max Bernier. Here's the pickoff throw to first. Diving back in safely is Getty. As Bernier comes up to the plate here in this one, 0 for 3 with a line drive out to third back in the 3rd inning. As now it's 5 consecutive pitches thrown out of the zone here for Jacob Lyons. The 1-0 in there for a strike. Now 1 ball and 1 strike. Vikings trying to split this particular doubleheader, and in doing so, if they could, get to 5-2 in the region. This one is going to be jammed, potentially playable. Eli Lyons right in front of the Bronco dugout makes the out and the catch, and there's 1 down. It's a good play by Eli Lyons to get the out, 1 down here as Baumgartner will come up to the plate. Single back in the 2nd with a run scored. Able to get a walk with a stolen base and a run scored last time up in the 5th. One down in the 6th. Baumgarten will take a strike. It's 0-1. As Brady with a pick, getting back in safely will be Carson Getty. As Getty stands at first, we've seen the Vikings in this situation have chances to try to get to second base with a stolen base variety here. Getty bluffs. This one will be a line drive hit down the third base line fair. Getty makes his way around second. He's on his horse to third. Scott Milbrandt waving him in. Making his way to second base here is Brady, and it's a RBI double for the sophomore center fielder to make it 11-8 in favor of Kindred. Baumgarten gets the run driven in. His second base hit of the contest. It's an RBI double. And the Vikings have their largest lead of this one by 3 here in the top of the 6th. Carter Grunwald will dig in now. Here for Kindred. A single, a walk, and a sacrifice fly with a couple runs driven in. Here for Carter. First pitch swinging foul tipped. It's 0-1. So the Vikings collect a little insurance here in the top of the 6th inning. But they did a nice job back in the 4th and the 5th when they got a runner in second base for the Vikings in the last 2 innings. They found a way to bring him in. And they'll try to continue that theme here in the 6th. This one out of the zone. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Combined 19 runs so far. Here in game number 2, 19 hits. This one is going to be jammed. The third baseman going into foul territory and nearly missed it. An overplay to Colton Johnson with a snow cone catch there at third base, and there's 2 down. So 2 outs with pop-outs in foul territory here for the Vikings. Brock Johnson has reached base on an error, a single, and a walk with a couple of runs scored here in game number 2. And Johnson gets out of the way of that fastball. It's 1-0. Kindred Richland Viking softball program with the win earlier today over the Burros of Hillsborough Central Valley in Region 1 play. As this one on the wild pitch is going to get all the way to the backstop. Making his way to third base. Here will be Brady. And now the Vikings with a runner 90 feet away from home plate. 2 balls, no strikes, with 2 outs here in the top half of the 6th inning. Jack McDonald, the on-deck batter. 2-0 pitch, and Eli Lyons potentially just saved a run with that catch behind the plate, but it makes it now 3-0. Jacob Lyons, this will be pitch number 27 in relief, and it's going to be a walk. So Brock Johnson gets aboard. Runners will be at the corners with 2 outs, and we'll see what kind of play that Coach Milbrandt wants to put on here. Well, Jack McDonald, the number 9 batter for the Vikings, coming up. Runners again at the corners here. Brock Johnson slides back in safely at first. Runner at third base, again, is Brady. Runner at first is Brock. 2 down here. Trying this similar play and getting back as we've seen Jacob Lyons bluff the throw to third and then trying to see if he can get the man at first on a pickoff if you're going for that delayed steal potentially. We'll do it all over again. Still have yet to have a pitch to McDonald here. Here's the pitch. McDonald fakes a bunt. They throw it to the third baseman, and getting into second base will be Brock Johnson. 1 ball, no strike. You're on the way to McDonald. McDonald, and this one will be gloved by the pitcher to retire the side. That was scolded right back up the middle, and Jacob Lyons able to grab that one. Gets a little pat on the back from Coach Milbrandt there, and able to save 2 runs that would have easily came in on the loudest hit of the game by McDonald. Was snared by the pitcher and Jacob Lyons, and that'll retire the side of the Vikings. But Kindred does score 1 in the top of the 6th as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning off a web gem kind of a play by Jacob Lyons here on your liveevent.com.
From Park Company Realtors, and I'd like to take a moment to show you around a new development in Kindred, Norman Acres. With a country-like feel, Norman Acres gives you the opportunity to have your own fully outfitted shop or outbuilding just steps away. Residential lot sizes vary between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre in size, and all lots for residences and shops have no special assessments. Give yourself the space to grow. Pick your spot and plant your roots in Norman Acres of Kindred.
In today's fast-paced world, your business needs more than just numbers. It needs an alphabet roadmap with Olson Accounting. A is for accounts payable, where every dollar counts. B stands for balance sheets, keeping your finances on track. And C represents cash flow, the lifeblood of your business. At Olson Accounting, they're more than just number crunchers. Discover the difference with their trusted expertise, personalized service by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Bottom of the 6th inning on the Bank North scoreboard, 11-8 Vikings here on your liveevent.com, as the Vikings have scored in 3 consecutive innings here. 9 runs between the 4th, 5th, and the 6th. Well, the Broncos did their damage early with 6 of their 8 runs coming in the first 2 innings, 2 in the first and 4 in the second. Lisbon will be sending Welter, Hoffer, and Lyons to the plate. 6, 7, and 8 batters here. In the bottom of the 6th inning, Lisbon trails it by 3. Brock Johnson on for his 2nd inning of work. As Johnson comes on. Here for the Vikings, going up against Welter. Welter has reached base twice today, 1 on a fielder's choice and 1 on the walk. Welter sees this one, and he'll take a ball. It's now 1-0. Pitch number 2. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. As the Vikings and Broncos going deep into the evening here on this Tuesday. 10 minutes past the 9 o'clock hour. Swung on and miss. Now it's 1-2 on the way here to Welter. Johnson with the 1-2 pitch. This one's going to be hit, and that's a base knock into left field. Getting on board, here will be Welter. Welter gets a base knock single, and the Broncos get their leadoff batter on here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Update in the NBA postseason. Still early in the first few minutes. The Los Angeles Lakers with a 9-4 lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves 4 minutes in. This one will miss for a ball. It's now 1-0. Minnesota Wild puck drop against the Golden Knights at 10 o'clock this evening. 1 ball, no strikes. The runner again at first with Welter with that leadoff single. That's one in there for a strike. It's 1-1. And the Minnesota Twins trying to fend off the White Sox and Target Field. So professional sports in full swing here in Minnesota. As this one in there for a strike, it's 1-2. Earlier today, Northern Cass able to shut out Central Cass in both Game 1 and Game 2 to pick up 2 Region 1 wins. 1-2 pitch, off speed. This one will get to the backstop. Welter will make his way to second with no throw. Now it's going to be a 2-ball, 2-strike count on the way. And the Broncos with a runner in scoring position after the pass ball. So Brock Johnson, well, to get 3 strikeouts, trying to make it 4. And that'll be number 4. Strike 3 looking. And Johnson gets the punch out, and there's 1 down here in the 6th. And it is a final. The Twins pick up the win over the White Sox 4-2. So Minnesota picks up the series opener. This is going to be a foul ball with Eli Lyons. Is now 0-1. There's no balls, one strike on the way here in the bottom of the 6th inning to the number 8 batter with Eli Lyons walked back in the 2nd inning. 0 for 2 today, and now will be behind the count, no balls and 2 strikes here to Eli. Runner at second base again is Elliott Welter, takes his lead off a second. Brock Johnson fires. This one's going to be hit, and that's going to be a fair ball down the right field line as Getty's going to play it back in as he's throwing to the second baseman or towards second base. And it'll be a RBI double on the way for Eli Lyons on the opposite field single. Welter comes in to score, and the Broncos are back within 2. So 11-9 contest. Welter comes in to score his first run of the game. Lyons gets the RBI base knock, and the tying run comes up to the plate here with Jacob Lyons. Jacob takes a strike. It's 0-1. A 1 pitch. In there for a strike at 0-2. So Brock Johnson able to work ahead in the count here on Jacob Lyons. 0-2 pitch. That'll be out of the zone at 1-2 as Eli Lyons again stands at second base. One-two pitch out of the zone. It's now 2-2. Johnson looks back the runner. The 2-2. Strike 3 looking. And Brock Johnson gets strikeout number 5 in relief. So far for Brock, all 5 outs in relief have been via the strikeout. As we'll have a courtesy runner into the game here for the Broncos. As this one looks to be again, and it will be Grayson Lyons. Grayson came in to score for Eli back in the 2nd. He will look to do it again here. This one will be out of the zone. Johnson missing. Back to the top of the lineup here for the Broncos with Cordero. This will be the 5th time that Cordero has came to the plate in the game. There's a couple of walks with a run scored. 0 for 2 at the plate with a strikeout and a flyout. 1 ball, 1 strike on the way here from Johnson. This one fouled. That's now 1-2. 1 run across so far for Lisbon in the 6th. Johnson 1 strike to bring up the bats for the Vikings here in the 7th. The 1-2. That'll just be out of the zone now at 2-2. Brock Johnson. 2-2 pitch, off speed, strike 3 looking to retire the side. There were no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on base. Brock Johnson has struck out the side in the 5th and the 6th. The Lisbon Broncos do plate 1 new score on the Bank North scoreboard as we head to the 7th. Kindred leads it 11-9 on your liveevent.com.
Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
For Brock Johnson, 2 innings of work in relief. Able to give up so far 3 hits. There has been 1 run across, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts for Brock. And we head to the top of the 7th inning as Jacob Lyons will continue to work an inning and 2/3. And his relief, 3 hits, couple of runs, 2 walks, and 0 strikeouts as they will make their way. Here was Swenson, Graham Hess, and Sawyer Hess in the top of the 7th. First pitch swinging. This one going to go off the glove of the third baseman to Bittner at short, and he will just keep it there. As Swenson will get aboard after Colton Johnson unable to play that hop. That'll be via the air, and a runner will get on first base here. So Kylan Swenson with Graham Hess coming to the plate stands at first. 20 runs again combined so far between these two teams, and you just got a feeling every run that you can just add on to it right now is what you're going to be trying to do here for Kindred as Swenson takes a healthy lead off of first. Yet again, Lions working from the stretch. Swenson able to get back one more time. We'll do it all over again. Jacob Lions paid plenty of attention to Vikings runners here in his relief outing. Swenson's going to go. Here's the throw by Eli Lyons. Not in time as the ball is out of the glove after Cordero was trying to apply the tag. Swenson able to get in there, but the ball never stuck in the glove as Kylan Swenson now gets into scoring position. As Hess works with a hitter's count here. 1-0 pitch, and this one's going to hit him. He'll wear that on a Tuesday night for a hit by pitch. And you'll see runners at first and second now, with Sawyer Hess coming to the plate. A double his last time up, and was thrown out at third trying to stretch that double into a triple. Did drive in a run, a single back in the 4th as well with a run scored. Here for Sawyer. This one will be out of the zone. It's 1-0. So Kylan Swenson again at second. Graham Hess stands at first. Sawyer Hess at the plate. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Here's the bunt. This one will go to the pitcher. Lyons makes the play to third. Colton Johnson with the stretch. Nice play there from the pitcher, Jacob Lyons. Swenson retired at third. Graham Hess makes his way to second. Sawyer Hess to first on the fielder's choice, and there's one down here in the top of the 7th inning. As you will bring on Getty now here for the Vikings. Getty with 2 walks, 2 singles here so far in game number 2. He will take a strike. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch in there for strike number 2, now at 0-2. So Graham and Sawyer Hess again stand at first and second base respectively. Lions with 1 down here in the 7th. Misses outside, and the count goes to 1-2 strikes. Carson Getty, the junior right fielder, been a productive night for him from game 1 and game 2 of this doubleheader. The 1-2 pitch, fouled. And we'll keep it at 1-2 strikes. Lions with the 1-2. This one's going to be hit by the second baseman, Cordero. Here comes the right fielder, Ranke, trying to get the relay. And a run will come in on the base knock here for the RBI single by Carson Getty for his 3rd hit of the evening. Coming in to score will be Graham Hess. Going from first to third will be Sawyer. Runners at the corners now. With a new score, it's 12-9 in favor of the Kindred Vikings. Lions looking to pick off the runner at third. Getting back in safely will be Sawyer Hess. Runners again at the corners here for the Vikings. Carson Getty at first, Sawyer Hess at third, Max Bernier to the plate. Lions. We'll see Bernier hit one up the third baseline. That'll go foul. It's now 0-1. As the corner infielders and the first baseman in Hoffer trying to keep the runner at first. Corner infielders playing in. The 0-1, runners in a break. Off speed in there for a strike. No throw down, so Getty will get into scoring position. 0-2 on the way as the infield will come in now with Max Bernier behind the count. 0-2 by Lions. That'll miss. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Game number 1 went 1 hour and 49 minutes. Game number 2 has gone 2 hours and 16 minutes so far today. This one missing out of the zone. It's now 2-2. Vikings with a chance to add to their total so far with runners in scoring position. Bernier will hit one up the first base line. 2 runs coming to score. As Bernier going to round first. Now he's going to make his way to second. Here comes the throw, and Bernier is out at second. But Max able to get 2 runs to come in. That'll be the second out. Nobody will be on. But Max Bernier able to get 2 runs. Big RBI as well. And it's now 14-9. Sawyer Hess comes in to score. Getty gets his second run of the game. And there's 2 down here as we'll look to have a pitching change. As coming in will be the right fielder, Cruz Ranke, as he will come in to pitch now here for the Lisbon Broncos. So Jacob Lyons will take a look at his line when we come back. A new score on the Bank North scoreboard. It's 14-9 Kindred on your LiveEvent.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
The school district looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
Top of the 7th inning, 3 runs across here for the Vikings. 14-9 after the Max Bernier 2 RBI base knock. Jacob Lyons, 2 1/3 innings of work, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 0 strikeouts. As Cruz Ranke, the right fielder, will come in and pitch. As Hoffer will make his way from first to right. You have Welter in center, Howard in left. Jacob Lyons returns to third base where he started the game. You have Bittner at shortstop, Cordero at second. Colton Johnson goes from third base to first. Eli Lyons is behind the plate, as you will see now. Again, Ranke coming on here for the Lisbon Broncos. 14-9 here for the Kindred Vikings. Kindred most runs scored this season is this particular game. Previous was 11. First pitch swinging. This one goes right to the third baseman across the diamond, and this is going to airmail it. Jacob Lyons' throw will go all the way towards the backstop. The runner then will go from second to first, so Brady gets aboard on the throwing error as you'll make your way at now 14-9. So a runner will be at second base as you will see Carter Grunwald make his way up to the plate as Brady will get back on base knock. So Brady gets aboard for the fourth time here today. Baumgarten as Carter Grunwald now will come up to the plate as Carter with a single, a walk, a sacrifice fly so far, and a pop out his last time up to the third baseman. 2 down here in the top of the 7th. This will be out of the zone for a ball. It's now 1-0. Now for the Lisbon Broncos, bottom half of the 7th inning will be their 2, 3, and 4 batters due up. This will miss for a ball as it's now 2-0. Runner at second base again for the Vikings. They've already plated 3 runs here in the inning. This one is popped up in the infield. The shortstop, Bittner, calls off everybody, and that'll retire the Vikings here, but not before they score 3 runs in the top half of the 7th inning. We go to the bottom of the 7th. The Broncos down to their final 3 outs when we return.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
I will be your guiding light, 'cause you don't have to go alone. I will bring you through the storm. I will lift you up. No, you're not on your own. I will be the light that carries you through the storm. I will lift you up.
Well, Lisbon Broncos down to their final 3 outs here in this game. It's the Kindred Vikings 14, the Lisbon Broncos 9 here for Region 1 Baseball on yourliveevent.com. Brock Johnson on for his 3rd inning of work in relief for the Vikings. He's thrown 49 pitches so far through 2 innings. Part of that with the 6 strikeouts, also 2 walks. So he's had to work for it, but he's found a way to get 6 outs, and more importantly, giving up just 1 run in those 2 innings of work so far here for Brock Johnson on top of that. And still a long way to go here with how both these 2 teams have scored runs in game number 2. Broncos with 3 runs since the 3rd inning. For the Kindred Vikings, they have scored in every inning outside the 1st and the 3rd here in this one. Brock Johnson on the mound. This one went through the zone. Yes, he did for Cruz Reinke. Now it will be 0-1. Reinke has reached base 3 times here in the game with 2 runs scored, a single and 2 walks. 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. It's now 0-2. Johnson takes a look at the batter. The 0-2 will be hitting the air. That'll go to center, and coming in here for Kindred and getting the out, Baumgarten. And that'll be a fly out, and there's 1 down here in the 7th inning. Jordan Bittner reached base every time today, a couple times via the single, twice via the air, takes a strike. It's now 0-1. Batter number 3 in the lineup here. Here's the 0-1 offering. That'll miss. It's now 1-1. There's the 1-1 offering from Johnson. That'll miss now 2-1. Both of these teams with region counters again on Thursday. Here's the 2-1 offering. That'll be out of the zone now 3-1 as the Vikings go up against the Oak Grove Grovers. Here's the 3-1 pitch. This will be a foul ball up the first base side. Lisbon played Oak Grove back on April the 11th, defeating the Grovers 12-5 and 16-3 in the 2 games they played with Oak Grove earlier this season. From the Lisbon perspective, 3-2 pitch came in, check swing. As right now, matter of they go off the hand, did it go off the bat? That's the question right now. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes. From our vantage point, looked like it might have went off the bat here, but they're going to take a look at Jordan regardless. Make sure he's okay as they will come out and check him out. If it hit him, he'll take first base. Let's see what the indication will be on this particular play. Is first things first, making sure that Jordan's all right here at home plate. As Gareth Hansen, I think, from his perspective, was called a foul ball as when Jordan took a step or two up first base. So if that's the case, we'll have to take the check swing, and they'll call him. After all that, they'll call him out, so there won't be a run across. They'll say that Jordan went through the zone enough on the check swing for the out, so Bittner will be retired via the strikeout. That'll be the second out of the inning, and Brock Johnson gets his 7th strikeout in relief as he throws a ball to Jaden Howard here. Howard with 3 times he's gotten on base, 2 times via the single. This one is in there for a strike. It's now 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here, bottom of the 7th. This one will miss. It's 2-1. So 2-1 on the way with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. That'll miss. It's now 3-1. Broncos down to their final out here of this Region 1 contest. 3-1 pitch will be out of the zone. Howard takes the walk. Third free pass for Johnson in relief. And the Broncos will see Colton Johnson to the plate. Sacrifice fly in the 4th, struck out in the 5th. Johnson with a pair of singles earlier in the game, 3 runs driven in. This will be out of the zone. It's now 1-0. Johnson from the stretch. Colton Johnson hits one to straightaway center. That'll go into the glove of Baumgarten, and that'll retire the side and the game here in this one as the Kindred Vikings pick up the win 14-9 in the final here in a game that goes 2 hours and 28 minutes here in game number 2. Your final again, Vikings pick up the win 14-9 over the Lisbon Broncos. Kindred, with the win in game number 2, improves to 6-3 on the season, 5-2 in the region. They are in sole place here of number 2 standings in the region as they improve to 5-2. Check that they will be, a half game ahead of the Central Cass Squirrels at 5-2 now in the region. The Lisbon Broncos drop to 4-3 here in this particular contest. Again, your final, Kindred 14, the Broncos 9. Post-game shows coming up next here on your liveevent.com.
Services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North. Always true.
Homegrown Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
As we come back on our post-game show, again, the Vikings pick up the win 14-9 in a game that takes 2 hours and 28 minutes. Kylan Swenson's going to pick up the win in relief. Brock Johnson goes 3 solid innings as he took over when the Vikings scored 4 runs in the top of the 5th and able to take a 10-8 lead when Brock came on to pitch. The Vikings with 14 runs in this particular contest, as the Vikings were able to do so with 12 hits. There was 4 errors and 10 runners left on base. Make that 8 runners left on base for the Vikings. 10 runners left on base for the Lisbon Broncos. They also committed 4 errors in this one, as they would finish with 10 hits in the game and 9 runs for the Lisbon Broncos. The losing pitcher goes to Jacob Lyons here in this one. Kylan Swenson again picks up the win as we get to our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. Go to Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. Then again is Enbridge.com. And coming in relief, Brock Johnson did a fantastic job here for the Vikings. 7 of his 9 outs recorded via the punch-out. 3 walks, gives up in relief. Also, 3 hits in this one with a 1 run. The 1 run came back in the 6th inning here for the Lisbon Broncos after a base knock here by Eli Lyons. But Brock Johnson in relief, going to be our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. 3 innings of work against 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 run, and 3 hits against him. Brock Johnson is our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. Go to Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. Again, that is Enbridge.com. From there, we go to our Agassi Precision Egg Play of the Contest. It was a line drive out. Jack McDonald absolutely smoked a baseball in the 6th inning. Jacob Lyons able to glove it and also at the time saved another run coming in to score in that 6th inning. But the line drive out by McDonald right up the middle to the pitcher, and Jacob Lyons able to glove it, save a run, and retire the side in the 6th inning is our Agassi Precision Egg Play the Contest. Go to Agassi Precision Egg, your local precision planting dealer. Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119. Then again, it's 436-2119, or visit planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, take a look at the final numbers in this one. That is next.
The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
Again, your final in this one, the Vikings 14-9 over the Lisbon Broncos in game number 1. The final went to the Lisbon Broncos 5-2. Jordan Bittner picked up the win. Jack McDonald picked up the loss in game number 1. Game number 2, the Kindred Vikings scored the most runs of the season at 14, and they give up 9, which was the most runs that they've given up in a game as well, but they find a way to pick up the win here for the Kindred Vikings. Coming up next for Kindred, they will make their way to Oak Grove on Thursday before games in the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree on Friday and Saturday. Friday's game at 2:15 against the Burros of Hillsborough Central Valley. Saturday going up against Hatton Northwood at 10:30. While for the Lisbon Broncos, they will host the Oaks Tornadoes on Thursday, then have games in the Enderlin Baseball Classic as well against Maple River and Enderlin. That'll be at 9 and 10:45 respectively on Friday. Both of those games on Friday on yourliveevent.com. The Vikings will have games from Enderlin on Friday and Saturday also on yourliveevent.com. Colin Swenson able to get 2 runs driven in as the leadoff batter. Graham Hess with 2 runs scored with a couple of runs driven in. Sawyer Hess, similar stat line, 2 runs scored with 2 runs driven in. Carson Getty reached base all 5 times with 3 singles and 2 walks here for the Kindred Vikings and 2 RBI. Max Bernier with a RBI base knock in the 7th inning. And then you had Brady Baumgartner here able to get on base as well 4 times today. A couple runs scored with a run driven in. Carter Grunwald with a single, a walk, a sacrifice fly. Productive night for Carter at the plate with a couple of pop-outs at the end, but able to get a nice performance here, going 1 for 3. Brock Johnson gets on base with 2 walks, a single, and then Jack McDonald also gets on base 3 times here tonight, 1 via the walk and a stolen base and a run scored. Cameron Cordero reaches base and gets 2 walks with a run scored in the second. Cruz Ranke gets a single with 2 walks and 2 runs coming in to score for Cruz, who goes 1 of 3. Jordan Bittner able to get a couple of singles here in this one with 2 runs scored. Jaden Howard able to go in this game 2 for 4 from the plate with a walk and 2 RBIs. Colton Johnson with 3 runs driven in off of 2 hits and a sacrifice fly. He goes 2 for 4. Elliot Welter in this game would finish via the final of 1 of 3 from the plate with a walk. You had Jackson Hoffer in this game going 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Scored Eli Lyons, able to earn a walk and a double as well. And then Jacob Lyons with a single, a run scored, a walk, and a couple of strikeouts. That's a look at the final numbers here in this one. So for the Kindred Vikings, they improved to 6-3 on the season, 5-2 in the region. The Lisbon Broncos dropped to 7-5 on the season and 4-3 in Region 1 play. Make sure you go to yourliveevent.com. Join us for some track and field on Thursday, the Enderlin Baseball Classic on Friday and Saturday. That and more here in this one. Again, I'm Chase Miller repeating tonight's finals. Lisbon takes game 1 5-2 over Kindred, and the Vikings take game 2 over the Broncos 14-9 in the second and split the series. Until next time, enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night.